You're right, guys. Give me a second. I'll be up very, very, very soon. All right. Sorry about that. Wait. Excuse me. Oh, my goodness. Suddenly I'm coughing. I decided to speak and I'm coughing. Hello, hello. Do you remember yesterday I said that I had done 93% of the review? Well, I just typed away for about another hour. I'm getting a bit weirded out by it because I think it's done now. I think it is done. But the Final Fantasy section's a lot longer than the Guild Wars section and is a lot more vigorously scripted than the Guild Wars section. So I'm wondering if that's a mistake, and what I really need to do is now go back and look at the Guild Wars section, which might be a bit of a problem. I don't know for sure though. So we'll have to see. Now, turn this up. Man, okay, so I've got this broken speaker where as I turn it up, I try to turn it down. And, as I turn it up, it tries to turn down and vice versa. The wheel, for some reason, is like disconnected and it's just not working properly. So for ages I've been messing about with it, and I've just realised I can use my interface. I can fuck with the volume on my interface. So I'm doing that now, and it's like this major quality of life that I've discovered that makes me very, very, very happy. So yeah, I've got a lot to talk about here. First of all, the time is for people on WP2. I mean, I could put local time on. There you go, it's on. Let's put Aussie time on though. It's 7:30. I haven't been awake for very long. My insomnia's got real bad. I knew I could feel it. I don't know why. I don't know how. I don't know what it was, but I could feel that I was not going to be able to sleep last night. So I didn't even try. I'd just rather not waste the time. So I spent the whole time listening to podcasts, and doing little things in this game, and just sort of just trying to chill as much as I could. And I didn't get to sleep until I think it was about 20 to 10 in the morning. So it's now 7:30, and I've slept a bit rough because of the sun. I always struggle to sleep with the sun, but so yeah, my sleep's completely just all over the place. So I woke up not long ago, wrote the review, and now here I am, and that's it. So, bit of a nightmare, really. I feel really bad because I haven't been able to see very much of Kerry recently as well, because I'm all over the place, which sucks. But you know, we'll get through it. I'm wondering if I can just push through. I think ordinarily I would have just forced myself to stay up for a full day, thus sort of reset some normal semblance of sleep. But juggling these, it's actually been a bit weird. It's like, well, I can't really do that because it would mean I'm like a complete zombie by the time the next stream's coming on. So I don't know. I don't really know what's going on there. I did a little bit of talking with Cossage as well. He's typing to me right now in Discord. And he let me in on a couple of things I was out of the loop with. Did you guys know that they essentially added Zaitan to the Mad King's Labyrinth? And Zaitan is a little cat in the labyrinth. I mean, they haven't fully confirmed it, but I mean, it 100% looks like that's what they've done with Zaitan. Sorry, I was just typing that. Yeah, there's a cat in the labyrinth. Here's its dialogue. Listen to this. Listen to this. It's a spiritual cat in an in the afterlife, you know, the mad realm. It's called Madam Cookie. Clears throat, meow. I once had talons the size of castles. Now I'm a cat. I just want to sleep and make the most of my forced retirement. Meow, I'll screw it. Blech, everyone keeps offering me treats. I miss the stench of rotting carnage. The bindings that keep us trapped in this realm are surprisingly formidable. Neither of those fools know what it means to bring a landscape to ruin. I was birthed from chaos. I brought ruin to thousands. I leveled cities and destroyed civilizations, and yet, here I sit. And then lastly, I thought I'd gotten used to Thorn's banter, but now I have to listen to the undead sack of Dragon Bile as well. Ugh, hairball. So that was a reference to Palawa Joker. So it sort of seems like it's a funny little in-joke about Zaitan's spirit or essence or something becoming lost in the mad realm, which I do think is quite interesting. Okay. So, let's talk a little bit about Final Fantasy as well. I appreciate it. I haven't really said hello in chat here. First of all, we had a sub already, which is unbelievable. Kayo Dasara, thank you. Thank you very much. Welcome. I don't know if you're still here. Migus, I mean, you must be. It wasn't very long ago. Migus, Full Brumby, Regalicus, 16,000 potatoes for the Go Back to Guild Wars 2 challenge. XX, Mike XX, TJ Bond, Quazex, Ignis, Falseer, Shownfob, Red Hit. If I'm missing people's names, I'm sorry. Meta Ascension. Do not be afraid to take a break. 7 days a week is too much for anybody. It's not that. I mean, it's really not that. It's not that. It's just my usual solution. If I end up like this, it won't work at the moment. So I've just got to try and find another little solution. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, I feel fine, except it's just that, you know, I don't see much of the sun because I'm sort of being forced to sleep at weird hours. I mean, one thing about this sort of lifestyle, at least that's quite nice, is I can sort of just go with the rhythm of my biology. You know, we call it insomnia or whatever, but realistically, if my body doesn't want to sleep until it's fucking midday and the sun's blaring, aside from the fact that that quality of sleep might be a bit bad, I mean, I'm sort of happy to let it do what it feels. I know that having a proper schedule and stuff is obviously way healthier, blah, blah, blah. I'm not arguing I'm doing the right thing. I'm just saying it's such a terrible thing. Anyway, oh my god, there was something I was going to add to that. I've got my coffee here. Once we get a little bit of in there, we'll be speeding up. Right, so yeah, what did I do last night? Did quite a lot of stuff. And I can demonstrate what I did to you. First of all, my Dark Knight is now level 65.5 and has this ability, Quietus. So Blood Spiller is from filling up the blood gauge. Here, I'll show you. The blood weapon. Let's get in there. So we fill up the blood gauge, and we do basically a giant hit when we land that. So I'm DPSing slow here because you don't have to do that. Here you go. So once we Soul Eater here, this activates. We can Blood Spiller, and it's going to be a huge hit. That one didn't crit or direct hit, which is unfortunate. It's a big hit. That's Blood Spiller. I got that at the start of Stormblood. Now I'm getting Quietus, which is just like Blood Spiller, except it's the AoE version. You know how I have Flood of Darkness and Edge of Darkness, which both operate off of MP? Well, it's the same thing. I have Blood Spiller and Quietus, which operate off of blood. So here I can show you guys this. It costs the same amount. It's like a spinning, like, gas attack, it almost looks like. Which is interesting, but it's actually very low damage and a very small potency. And it's weird because the way I build my blood, it's only 210. My spam ability is 150. The way I gain blood is through the auto attack chain. So if I'm AoEing, and here I can show you this in action. Well, yeah, I kind of can. Let's not that. Not that, withdraw. Let's do a leveling dungeon on our Dark Knight here. If I'm in an area where there's a ton of mobs everywhere, thus I want to use Quietus, well, I'm not building blood because I'm using the auto attack chain. Because you need the auto attack chain to build blood. The only blood I can get is Blood Weapon Unleashed, but it's not really anything. So it's not like I can spam this in AoE scenarios. I'll get maybe like one cast in an AoE scenario. And again, it's a potency bump, but it's not like it's... Like, via playstyle, it almost feels like it should be like an AoE nuke, and it doesn't feel like an AoE nuke. So I can only assume that later in the class progression, I'll get something else that builds me AoE blood. I mean, that is the only thing I can assume. Now, I believe later there is something that Unleash chains into. I do get a 2-part AoE chain, I believe. So maybe the other part of the chain gives me blood, and now I can Quietus in AoE as well. But I don't know. For now, it feels a bit weird. Anyway, it's 2 new buttons. I've changed some stuff here. You'll see that I no longer have the duty buttons bound because I didn't need them because they're going to come up in their own dedicated area. I didn't realize that. They're just like Guild Wars 2 special actions. So that's kind of whatever, really. It doesn't matter. But yeah, so how did I get to level 65? Well, I've been doing quests and fates. So let's just return to the Ruby Seat. You'll see the Yazim Step. I've done a bunch of quests at the market now. The market is not full of side quests. And when we look at the Ruby Sea, which was absolutely heaving with quests, well, I've basically done them all now. But here's the thing. I have Beast Tribe quests, obviously. A new fishing experience. This is spear fishing, but I can only do it when I'm a max level fisher for this X-Pack 60. So that's ages away. Let's not worry about that. That's a red quest. I can't do that. And then the other quest that I've left, you see we've got a blue one here. This I can't do until Palace of the Dead, high level, so that's locked. But you see I do have some regular ones. It's because these ones are like special story quests, it looks like. That I thought I should probably stream these. So for example, when we speak to this person here, to see Cargate, we get a whole picture. And this is like the previous quest to this had like a bit of a chain coming into it. So these guys are banned from going to Kugane. But we're not, so can you unload the stuff? You got it, Chief. These guys have talked a ton. I did like a predecessor quest to them. So I thought, hey, maybe I'll finish. I don't know whether this is... You know how we did the Black Rose quest in Girabania, which actually ended up having meaningful story to it? Well, apparently it'll be meaningful. I don't know. I'm assuming Black Plague will come back in the story very soon. I kind of wonder if one of these is doing some of that at the moment. So that's my whole theory right now. So yeah, we're going to return over here to the Orthard coastline. And I'm going to get this Thrice Cursed quest as well. So the other thing that I've noticed is that some quests have weird mechanics. So you know that moment in yesterday's stream where I had the blowgun and I was shooting the guards and like knocking them out? That mechanic appears in side quests. I could have learned about that mechanic already had I just done a few of those. There was a side quest where I was sniping targets at the statue of Ralga in Girabania. There was one where I was hunting for a woman on the shoreline here. I climbed the tower, looked for a shoreline. I found her, and then I went out and grabbed her. And then there was another one where I was eliminating targets. They were all that sniper mechanic, which is just crazy to me. And I believe I came across another mechanic, which I now think might appear in the main story. Coming up. Similar. But this time I've actually seen it early, so we'll have a look at that in a second. So yeah, I just want to do this, Thrice Curse. I also left the Triple Triad match available down there. But aside from that, I mean, this map is donezo. And what I've discovered is these fates with the bonus XP icon, they're actually pretty good for XP. They're not bad. So they're like way better than doing a side quest. So yeah, I'm quite excited about that. Wait, where are we? We're at the area again. Didn't we do that yesterday? Wasn't this the roulette we did on the stream yesterday? Fates are decent while you're waiting in queue. Well, yeah, and then there's like achievements for doing fates and stuff. So I figure, you know, maybe I can pay attention to that kind of stuff. Okay, so there's also another change. Do you guys see anything right now that catches your eye? Let's see if anybody sees anything. It's very much on theme and in line with what I've been doing. Yeah, there you go. Rin got it straight away. Wow, well done. The party list. I've modified the party UI in ways which I'm sure you will all hate and tell me is completely inefficient and terrible, and that I shouldn't have done. But we will see. I've got rid of all the useless information on there. I see their name, their class, their health, and what they're casting. I don't need to see my allies' MP count, do I? I don't need to see their exact numeric of what their HP is. What else did it have on there? It had all this, like, nonsense shit on there. Oh, and I can see their enmity order as well. Oh, brilliant. They got it there. So I can see that the next person to take aggro will be that samurai. I think that's the samurai. Holy fuck, am I dead? Oh, no, I'm not dead. I'm 100% health. It's just that I target a lot. My brain will speed up, guys. My brain will speed up. You've got the luxury of being here very early. It's weird how I can type and feel pretty eloquent and pretty fine, but I can't speak and feel eloquent until I get a better copy. I can still see their debuffs as well. Oh no, I think I culled their debuffs off as well. That's the questionable bit to me. I don't know whether that's bad. You need to see other tanks debuffs in later content. Right. I wonder if there's a way I can cull that rather than just removing it completely or select it player by player. Okay. So we might change that. We might put the debuffs back on. But right now, I think it looks pretty clean, and for as long as I'm not doing any sophisticated content, which it strikes me, at least for the rest of Stormblood, that's going to be true. Sorry, I didn't pop a single debuff, defensive there. The healer kept me out. I think we'll be alright. Seeing healer mana decides how big you can pull. Alright, okay. Well, so far in all my gameplay, I've never looked at that. I mean, if you guys tell me I have to look at that in content, then I'll believe you since I'm the noob. You want to know everything about everything and have it right in the middle of the screen? Yeah, I find that ugly. I suck at this. I need to know when I can arm's length to escape this guy thing. I think I also moved the skills down a little bit. Oh. I think that guy wanted to keep rotating. I kind of want to stand still though, so I'm not spinning the box. They want to rear flank, don't they? Let's go there. Healer mana doesn't matter anymore. I've never run out of MP, even on big pulls. Well, it's tricky when you speak to chat, because I don't know any of your personalities, really. I don't know who... so when someone says, oh, you need this, you know, you might be talking to someone who's just really... And let's face it, the chances are quite high of this, because, you know, they're video game nerds. Just like me, the chance is quite high that, you know, you might just be really overly picky about optimization and stuff. In which case, you know, what's actually realistic isn't always what's presented, you know what I mean? And again, I don't know, but there's always that little question in there. Because it does seem to be, whenever we get in one of these conversations, at least one person will say something contrary to the narrative. All I know is that for 350 hours, I've never, playing tank, a lot of it on tank, I've never looked at their mana. I might have wiped us once in one pull ever, maybe, because I could have looked at the mana and thought, oh, I should wait. In content I'm currently playing later, I assume that it will change. I would hope it does. But yeah, finding the best of both worlds would be nice. If I can just keep it looking clean, but then also... so tank, ally tank debuffs is a big one, and maybe healer mana. I just don't know if I could do it, but on a per player basis. So now I'm going to have to see everyone's mana. Actually use the defensive here. I was opening a bit of drain there as well. Start there. I found that the hardest dungeons are actually the pre-50 dungeons. I feel like the scaling is, the dungeons at least. Oh, I did a roulette yesterday as well where we were really struggling on Ravana, which was quite interesting. The group had maybe like 3 wipes on Ravana. I caused one of them. Does anyone want to guess how I caused us a wipe on Ravana? Any Final Fantasy fans out there want to guess? I did cause one of the wipes. And it was like the last wipe as well. You know, I've been doing it fine. And then on the one run where it looked like we were going to make it at the end, I fucked up. It was something that I think I had been taught on the stream where I'd originally done it, but it was so long ago I couldn't remember it anymore. No, not Cleveland Pie. Why would I be Cleveland Pie? No, not Cleveland Pie. Is that it? It's weird to me they're not moving. There's a moment where he pushes everyone. There's a moment where he breaks the fences around you. And then another moment later where he pushes everyone away from himself. And if your back's to one of the fences, you go over the edge and die. and I had been the main tank the whole time. And both me and the other guy, who had essentially just been a DPS as far as I can tell, both of us, our two tanks, we both had our backs to the hole in the wall, and we both got blown off. I mean, I think I remember that maybe happening on the original stream, but I couldn't remember that was a thing. So yeah, I got us wiped because both tanks died. I went over the edge. And I was like, oh, so that's the mechanic. But then we did it again, and then we won. But yeah, what people were struggling with was they weren't able to kill the butterflies, so the swords were killing us. We had that tank wipe. We had, what were there were like 2 other wipes before the tank wipe. And I can't remember what they were. And go to like Brave Blocks. I did Brave Blocks yesterday as well. Brave Blocks was also one of the ones I did. I actually really like Brave Blocks. I wish I'd recorded it, because the pools there are really big and really exciting. And they all went super smoothly. All of them went really smoothly. Can I interject from range? Do I have to melee interject? Or can I interrupt that mustard gas from exploding? Yeah, I can't remember what the other thing was. I think we had like maybe 2 butterfly wipes. Because I think the thing is in that fight that when the butterflies die, they drop swords on the ground. And then he does this big animation where he suspends everyone in midair and all the swords that are everywhere start slicing you up. So the less swords, the better, basically. I wonder if I should pull the boss out of the gas. I mean, this isn't too interesting. You guys prefer that though? No gas there, nothing. Brave Blocks has this weird thing at the end where you're fighting a tank and it drops a bunch of bombs around you and you're meant to push the bombs away before they blow up. And it really shows how clunky and slow and laggy this game's combat is. Because you'll trigger the animation, see the damage, and then like wait a full 2 seconds before the fucking thing gets pushed away. It just looks really weird. But when I first was doing that dungeon, I was playing it with Kerry and she's on Dancer. And as a dancer, she would just have like 1 button that would push every bomb the maximum distance away. I don't know what the fuck that was, but it's like this crazy spell that Dancer gets. And it kind of invalidates that whole part of the boss. Also, usually when I do it, I have friends that will like limit break at the right time at the end. So we skip like this final phase where there's a giant mega bomb. And yesterday I was with Pugs where we couldn't do that. And it was like 8 AM or some shit when I was doing it. And it was like a whole new part of the fight that I'd never seen before. It was really weird. You can't confirm this, but you saw some streamers talking about combat feeling better and smoother in Endwalker. Well, I would rather hear the substance of what that means, to be honest. You know, like we've been trying to actually figure out what it is that feels off and why it feels slow and why it feels laggy and blah 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 and unresponsive and imprecise. And I'm still not satisfied I've really found the right way of describing it. I'm also, you got to understand, I kind of get a bit twatty to people in chat for being cynical, but I'm a really cynical person. And, you know, when I read you saying that, I just sort of think, yeah, it's probably a lot like the Guild Wars scene. It's probably a lot like any scene, to be honest, where personalities are being used as arms of marketing departments, where probably it's a bit of yes-manning going on. Probably people aren't brave about what they say or real about what they say. They just let their enthusiasm sweep them up, and objectivity goes out the window. So I'm a bit cynical that I would ever really believe that. I'd sort of wait and see it for myself. But hey, maybe that's wrong with me. So how many of these appear, and in what order? Did I put slow on them already, I wonder? Debuff them all here? I think I haven't got aggro on that. Yeah, I'm sorry, team. I'm sorry. I don't know how I didn't grab that. I've probably gone a bit crazy on the defensive there. Oh, nice. I got them both in one. That's brilliant. There are some other slight tweaks as well. I still really want to get rid of this giant arrow UI element. I really want to get rid of that. And I really want to clean up the ground circle. It doesn't need to be as elaborate as it looks. But the other thing I got rid of is titles. I had titles on party members before, and it was just extra text on screen that I didn't really like. So I got rid of all of that. See, I feel like Started Earth's good there, but these things are all so squishy. Sort of whatever. AWP, I know you play on US too, but do you feel as if your latency could exacerbate by the sluggishness? Oh, it's a huge thing. It's a really, really big problem in this game. Massive problem, way bigger than Guild Wars. Thankfully, there are add-ons which kind of improve. Why the fuck is this going on here? I know I should just run auto through him and turn him around quickly. That wasn't the intent. There's an add-on that kind of improves skill execution at the very least. The rest of it, though, that's pretty good. I debuffed his damage with Charlotte Price. I'm going to put a defensive on. But yeah, the other stuff, like shit just reacts slow and ticks slowly. Like those bombs at break blocks. I don't know if there's anything else you can do. It just sucks. I'm going to unmend from range to contribute a little bit on that, but I'm not going to walk into it. That seems okay, right? Not the best, maybe, but I also don't want to turn Nidhogg around. Be careful on last dungeon bosses. Check if someone's in a cutscene. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, I probably should have done that. I'll tell you what, one thing from cleaning my UI up, my party UI, that I have now seen and appreciated is the enmity thing. Like, there's so much less going on now, I can really tell very easily who it is that's getting aggro next, just by that little number there. And I know that information is not new. I know it's always been there. Why are these things aggro? What? I have something. But now it's not like buried almost, you know? It's very easy for me to remember. I mean, it's just, I'll slowly get used to all this stuff. Thing is, FF is the only MMO where ticks are noticeable. Oh, now that's interesting to me. Whoosh 3? Is that really true? What other MMOs have you played where you've seen the ticks? Where you haven't seen ticks? My assumption is... We should probably kill that before it casts. So. He's casting Massacre. I think we have to stay with Astinian now. What other MMOs have you played to qualify you saying that? This is the only one where you feel ticks? Oh yeah, OSRS is all ticks. You're definitely right about that. Or just RuneScape in general. I don't know about RuneScape 3, but I think so. Oh, look at that. Instant spin. You played Guild Wars 2, Elder Scrolls Online, and Star Wars The Old Republic. WP, I think it's interesting, both Guild Wars and FF14 both chose to go with melee Necro Reapers. You don't see that often in gaming fantasy. Do you not? I feel like the whole Grim Reaper archetype thing is pretty common, isn't it? Don't you guys think? Final Fantasy's Reaper looks way better than Guild Wars' Reaper, I'll tell you that though. Something about like the cloth and shit. I can tell what it is. Final Fantasy 1's going to look better. Guild Wars 1's going to play better. Because it's a real game with buildcraft and more stuff going on. Elderly Fisherman is looking for an able-bodied man to assist him, except for in raids and stuff. An outsider, those firm arms and lean shoulders. You look to be as strong as 10 Asari men. Thank the Kami for sending you to us. There's a young man who needs your help. One of our fishermen, Naoshi, has been cornered by a fiendish beast. While we desperately want to rush to his aid, I fear not even the combined strength of our village would be enough to repel it. Please, you must save him. I'm afraid you might be the only one that can. Guild Wars Reaper changes the screen, though, more impactful. Well, Reaper doesn't really do that. Shroud does that. You can experience that on a Harbinger. You can experience that on a Core Necro. Core Necro predates Reaper by like 3 years. I don't think you can credit that as a Reaper thing. I mean, it's there, but I don't know. I think that's Guild Wars. That's just Guild Wars. It's just an example where Guild Wars has more flavour and QOL. That kind of stuff. This game has a bunch of ludicrously flashy, over-the-top animations that you can hardly even see before you're weaving your next button. I mean, Guild Wars does that too, to be fair. Bankrota says something which is so depressing. He's right. I can't argue with him. But it's so depressing to me because it's like an arbitrary thing. Almost. I guess this quest that I saved is not a very interesting quest. I thought it would be. Bankrota says Reaper ain't a class, it's just an expansion to a class. You know, my little MMO world building project, I wouldn't say it's derivative of any one franchise in particular. It's kind of just a ton of things that I love and how I think that it's just my fantasy of an old MMO. But I think if there's one thing I can see that I've sort of done on it, and it's through accident, by accident almost, it's just through happenstance, rather than like a specific thing. Let's see. Is, I think I've identified that Guild Wars, you know when we were talking about, I don't know if anyone in chat was here for this, but on a Guild Wars stream recently, I was talking about the simple prospect of making elite specs of the current core lines. So I was talking about like how an expansion could add a Pyromancer elite spec, and what that basically is that's the ability to tier fire magic into the elite slot, and it does all the stuff you'd expect. It gives you the weapon, it gives you the skills, it gives you the mechanic, but it's all fire themed, and it's like, you know, you've got a really consistent, clear idea here, and you're not stepping on the toes of something that already exists. You're kind of like grandmastering it. It's kind of what Necro already did with Soul Reaping into Reaper. So Necro would be the one class under this system that would get another full new concept for an elite spec. Everyone else would start grandmastering existing things. So you can have an Alchemist for the Engineer, elite spec, a full subclass Alchemist. Or you can have a Zealot for the Guardian, or you know, a Vampire, which is the blood magic thing for Necro. And they can start doing that. And that's essentially an infinite way of continuing elite specs that works. Anyway, I was talking about that, but what I think I've fundamentally realized, and what my MMO project does, is that basically everything that ArenaNet did with their classes, they're so big and expansive, they're essentially multiple classes in one. You know, their Engineer is an alchemist profession, and it's a gadgeteer profession, and it's a turret master profession. Their Ranger is, you know, it's a beastmaster profession, and it's, you know, a survivalist profession, and blah 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 blah. You know, there are lots of things all at once. And anyway, so in my MMO, I have like, my classes are really, my MMO is a buildcraft game, but basically they're really basic classes. There's loads of them. There's lots of professions, but the professions themselves are extremely basic. They're more like a League of Legends champion than a full class, but there are kind of 3 specific paths. So you can buildcraft, and group compositions are fun things, but they're very, very much more basic. And what I essentially realized, if you read my class list down the line, I like have 6 super categories of class. If you read my class list, you kind of realize it's basically just a lot of them. And again, this is kind of by happenstance. And I think it's just because ArenaNet were really clever, basically, and I'm like-minded with a lot of what they've done. A lot of my classes are just like Guild Wars specializations. Like, a specialization can be a class if you package it in the right way. So anyway, we go, and I think that's an observation I made years ago now, when I first started working on that project. And anyway, now I see Bankrota say that, and it's funny for the Final Fantasy comparison, because it's like, oh, Reaper's not a full class in Guild Wars, but it is in Final Fantasy. It's just kind of how they package it, you know. It's the same fantasy they're selling you. It's how they packaged it, though. And, you know, that's almost sad to me because I'm so, like... I like efficiency of development in a lot of ways. I like getting your bang for your buck. And I feel like ArenaNet never gets bang for their buck. They work their fucking asses off and they do incredible stuff, and it all gets sort of lost because the broader systems betray the beauty of the thing. I think that's Guild Wars in a nutshell. And again, it's what I said. I think ArenaNet are very talented and they're very passionate and they're very brilliant, but I don't think they're savvy. And you can see where Final Fantasy's savvy with this Reaper discussion. How their class system is more savvy than ArenaNet's class system. So, yeah. Wow, I've managed to weave in about 6 talking points from 6 rants all at once there. Should I be happy about that? I think that worked. I think that was pretty good. That's like the final chapter of a book that's been building to a point. And you choose multiple? You mean in my game? You know, it's funny. I've figured out a lot about everything I want to do, but one thing I'm really going... I mean, I'm very definitive about a lot of stuff. I'm not wishy-washy or waffly about it at all. But I have to be honest, I'm going back and forth on exactly what I think about multi-classing. Because in a lot of ways, I want it to be more of a roguelike-y experience, where not a roguelike, but a sort of a let's progress again and pick a different class. And like I like locking people into things and stuff to a certain degree. But then to the other hand, the way that I've built it, it really would work as kind of a... I think one of the concepts I've got is you can swap, but only within your supergroup. So if you're an adventurer, you can play any of the adventurer classes. If you're a dark artist, you can play any of like the dark artists. If you're a mage, you can play any of those. Or if you're a warrior, you can play it, but you can't swap outside of your supergroup. I think that's the one that I'll eventually go for. But then I go into this place where people will essentially have accounts where they have just 6 characters, one for each supergroup, and then they're like complete with the game. And I don't want that. I don't want there to be an end of the road, right? If you fully embrace the idea that every class is a full adventure, a full journey, one character, one class, if you do that, I mean that's essentially limitless playtime for people, you know. And then I like the idea you'd have an achievement that's like level, or get every class to max level or something, and like only a couple of extremely overweight nerds have it. I like that. So I don't know. I go back and forth on it a lot. I'm putting a pin on it until I figure out more of my mechanics and stuff. Sorry, I don't know why I'm ranting. This doesn't mean anything to anyone. This is just pure masturbation. I'm not talking about that project anymore. What would I say? I don't know. I'm not following your story. Maybe you can go to them for advice. Do you know what I mean? Advice is never good. I don't need any context. Just go ask them for advice. Curry is undoubtedly the most talented fisher in the village. There's just one problem. I would simply be ignored. If you can do this for me, they'd be happy to oblige. Okay. See, I got a sense this was a bit of a quest chain. Not your standard fair one and done. Did I ever play Arcade? I didn't play Arcade, no. I watched a bit of it, but I didn't play it. For Reaper to feel special, Core needs to feel special enough and separate enough to not be replaceable by an elite specialization. I don't know whether I really believe in that as a solution. But I don't know, there's certain things with Guild Wars now that I just don't believe that there are viable solutions anymore. Not without really fucking shaking the beehive. And if there are any communities out there that are beehives that will sting the fuck out of you, it's MMO communities. I think this game is the only contented MMO community that I know. Have you guys been reading about New World? I mean, Jesus. I mean, we could all anticipate what was going to happen. They gave those poor fuckers 2 weeks. Oh, it's a really good game. Yeah. 2 weeks later, I'm out of content. 2 weeks. 2 weeks. He defeated the tentacled monstrosity I pulled ashore. This is the savior of our village. Wasn't New World a PvP game? How can you be out of content? Well, I mean, don't get me started on that. You know, there's something that I'm very, very, like... I'm ignoring. I'm choosing to ignore, and because I think it is better for my mental health. You guys may not remember this, but like 3 years ago when they were doing original press for New World, I was covering it and getting hundreds of thousands of views. And I was like the guy. I remember that there was a Google Doc type spreadsheet thing with all information about the game, and right there plastered on the front page was like, who are the YouTubers for this game? And it was like me. And I remember when there was like 40 people in their Discord or whatever. And then it turned out, oh, it's not ArenaNet talent. So I became a little bit less interested. And then they started U-turning and all their fundamental ideas about like what the universe was. Because originally it was about like the New World and the Conquistadors and like, you know, kind of drawing a real world parallels to what happened. But then people called them racist. So they said, no, we can't do that. That's racist now. We're not allowed to do that. So they kind of U-turned on a ton of that stuff. And then like the fundamental gameplay philosophies at the heart of the game, how it was like world versus world, the game. It was all PvP and stuff. That wasn't tracking. So like at the last hour, they started just changing all of that shit. And I just thought, you know, all those things in a row just made me think, I'm not interested in this game. It's going to be crap. You know, and how could I have been wrong about, you know, Amazon money grubbing and do they have the real talent and blah, 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 blah. Like I said, I told you guys, they invited me out to their studio and I said no. I said no. And I actually said, no, not for now. Are you going to do another event? I'll come to the next event. And they said yes. And then I never got another invite for the next one. Because they must have thought, fuck this guy. He's not making content anymore. And he said no to us. I mean, of course they'd say, fuck this guy. I don't have any problem with that. But now I'm like, oh yeah, it's the 4th most played game on Steam. And everyone is playing it and doing it. And there is this thing that I'm ignoring. It's the simple fact that if I hadn't lost faith, if I just kept making content, I would have been at the spearhead of all of that. So, you know, I'm man enough to admit my bias. I will not be too disappointed if New World immediately withers away into nothing. Because if it's like the next big phenomenon, and I had it there on a silver platter, and through my own ineptitude and laziness and lack of foresight and lack of faith, I just threw the silver platter on the floor and shattered it and walked away to keep playing Guild Wars 2. I think that would be quite depressing if I really sat down and had that conversation with myself. So I'm not doing that. Except here on this stream. Search the sea for the rod. You made the correct choice, WP. Well, I'm interested. I mean, I'm not joking. After these FF14 streams, I think if... I mean, there's ifs on top of ifs on top of ifs with everything. But I really hope we've got that this stream community is growing and viewership's rising and stuff. If that's happening and people want to see it, I would love to do this exact same style project and going in, learning it. I would love to do that with New World. I really would. I'm deadly serious. And it's not out of some, like, bit of jealousy or whatever over, you know, or envy. I just kind of do want to learn about what the game's like. And it's weird because I'm not really that cut up about it at the moment. I don't know whether that's because I don't think about it much. Or I don't know, what is that, maturity? Slow surrender of ambition? I think it's probably the second. Oh god, this is one of those depressing streams, isn't it? Look at that, 2 blood spillers in a row. Are you guys impressed? When New World dies, another wave of players come into FF14. Well, I mean, you've got to consider, a lot of them may have already played FF14 and decide they're not that into it. Have you tried the FF14 fishing raid? No. There's a fishing raid. How is there a whole raid? Oh, does Yoshi P actively tell people to play other games? Calling it a raid isn't really correct. Well, what is it then? Oh, that went so well. My low blow and everything. Got all the cooldowns going correctly. I think that was pretty saucy. It says speak with him, but it didn't have an icon. He feels bad for the MMO community in general if people stick to one game too much. He actually encouraged players to diversify their MMO experience. Well, that's a very confident thing to say, isn't it? I mean, it's easy to be confident when you're on top of a mountain. But that's quite interesting. Yeah, ocean fishing is Shadowbringers, but it is available earlier than that. I wonder what games he's played. You know, it's easy, like, conceptually, to think of the fact that he might have played Guild Wars 2. Right? As an MMO enthusiast, whether he's doing it for work or whatever, market research. It's easy to conceptually think of that, isn't it? But it's kind of another... it's on a whole other level to imagine... I'm standing in Queensdale, and there's a player at the heart with the worms, and you say, hi, how's it going? And they say hi, and you say, who are you? And they say, oh, I'm Yoshi P. Right. It's weird, isn't it? You never heard him say he played Guild Wars 2? Well, I mean, maybe that's my Guild Wars bias coming through there. This game has fates. That's derivative of dynamic events. Not as good either. It's possible he played at least Guild Wars 1. I don't see much in common in this game with that. But yeah, okay. Maybe. Any insight about the relationship between publisher and game that you've seen along the way? Guild Wars 2, NCSoft, FF, Square Enix? No, I don't have any great insights. I'm not very confident with that kind of stuff. I don't know. I think publishers quite often are made out to be the boogeymen. I honestly, over all the years that I covered and continue to cover Guild Wars 2, I don't see NCSoft West as this great evil corporate machine that's forced ArenaNet into all these terrible decisions. I don't see any evidence for it anyway. So I just don't know. I mean, they're very, very quiet about any of that kind of stuff. So I don't know. Maybe there has been all this horrible shit exploding behind closed doors. But I mean, the community's pretty up on a lot of that stuff. You know, people hawk their Glassdoor and stuff, and they'll read whatever they possibly can, right? But you don't tend to hear about that. The closest that I've got is a headcanon fan theory. Is I wonder, my little speculation, I have absolutely no privileged information that goes into this whatsoever, but I have long believed or wondered, my little theory is that I feel like, do you remember that sci-fi concept art from like 2012 or whatever, from ArenaNet? You can look it up. It's ArenaNet produced concept art of like a crazy cityscape, and we all thought it was Kaineng for a while, and then it turned out to not be Kaineng. I wonder whether right after they made Guild Wars 2, or even while they were making Guild Wars 2, they wanted to make a and I don't know whether this is just because I think this is a genius idea. They wanted to do a second MMO built on all the same principles, game systems, you know, quality of life, freedom of access, respecting players' time, blah, 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 all that kind of shit. Always happy to see other players, all of that stuff, right? But instead of it being a fantasy MMO, it was going to be a sci-fi MMO. That's my little headcanon theory as to what they might have been doing, and that's why that concept art existed. You know, kind of like being a Bethesda in the MMO space. You know, Bethesda has two games that are basically the same game. Two franchises, they're basically the same franchise, Elder Scrolls and Fallout. Except that they're themed very differently, you know, and Fallout has a little bit more shooter stuff, right? So, but it's essentially the same kind of open world RPG format, it's just they're themed differently. I wonder if ArenaNet, way back when, we're talking about a decade ago before now, whether they were thinking, okay, look, if all this stuff works with Guild Wars, we should do two MMOs, and one of them's like a sci-fi, and one of them's like a fantasy franchise. And I think that's genius. I think that's a great thing to do. I think that would be so good. And I think that's why that concept art exists. But here's where NCSoft comes in. Here, and where my headcanon theory becomes layers on layers. I wonder if then, what was it, Turbine came under the NCSoft West umbrella, and NCSoft West said, well, no, we're not going to pay for you, ArenaNet, to make a sci-fi MMO because they're making WildStar. We're just going to have WildStar as our sci-fi game in the West. Sorry, ArenaNet, you're not allowed to make that anymore. We're not going to fund that. Do something else. And I wonder if they were told to stop. That's my whole big headcanon. And that would paint NCSoft as the bad guy for sure, especially considering what then ended up happening with Turbine. Is this quest chain just looping? I'm worried I'm doing something wrong here. So that's my little bit, you know, that's not real. That's just what I'm guessing. That's just a little theory I've had. You guys would have heard me talk about it many times. I could have just low blowed that. Fuck, right before that bit of the quest, I did have another addendum, another little thing I wanted to mention. I think I failed this somehow. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I didn't fail it. Maybe it's just a really weirdly repetitive story thing. WildStar makes you big sad. I mean, yeah, I was looking into WildStar again quite a lot about half a year ago. And I was really inspired by it. I mean, it is weird. And I was looking at it again recently with the Virtuoso too. Because the Virtuoso, they had a psychic class in that game that is basically the Virtuoso. And like, you go back and look at all those old trailers or the concept art, that community data mined all the audio out of that game. And you can just like listen to it. And it's weird to me. It's like, I don't know, I sort of believe, you know, if WoW Classic can be a thing, if old school RuneScape can be a thing, if a Realm Reborn can be a thing, I sort of feel like, you know, so much development effort and energy and time went into so much of that game. There are so many assets, so many concepts, so much foundation in place. You know, and I read a lot about what fucked up with WildStar, and a lot of it was like minutia, like stupid problems with like attuning and so on, and like calibration that they messed up. And it's weird to me, it's like, there's basically all this fertile ground there that could just be reborn from the ashes if someone just picked it up. But I don't know, NCSoft West just killed it, and then that's it. It's over, isn't it? I mean, that's it. It's weird to me. It's like someone's got the rights to that. I mean, I remember when WildStar was coming out, I really didn't care that much about it, and I had really underwhelming betas and stuff. And I remember Matt was really into it and really was ready to look at a new MMO. I'm now in that place. I'm now in that headspace. If a project for that was re-announced or whatever, I would take it very seriously and I would really look at it. And I think I've sort of progressed to that place that Matt beat me to like half a decade prior. Have you seen what the ex-devs are doing with Warhammer Online? No, I don't know what's going on there. Redeem, WP, listen to me. Write down in your calendar to watch Asmongold Rich interview with Yoshi P in your spare time. Very good insights. Oh, the quest is finally done. So I can't get the blue quest. Now, this quest here, the Elixir of Life, this is the woman from the dungeon who wants to go to the mainland. So I want to go see her. I want to do this and do the Triple Triad quest. So let's just go to one of those locations. And then I think I'm pretty much good. I mean, we've essentially warmed up there. I finished my coffee. My brain's kicking in. And I think we'll be ready to continue the story. I'll recap what you missed. If you missed it yesterday, it was very exciting. A lot of stuff happened. Shit hit the fan, so to speak. I think it's fair to say. Oh yeah, no, I've got this quest as well. Where is it? The Ruby Sea. Forgotten Saviors of the Sea. These are my 3 quests here. Right, so I need to ride on this. This was the cool quest, which I never finished. There's also this called Plunder on High, where I think I have to fly to high up places, so I can't do it until I learn to fly here, which I'm close to getting, by the way, so we should look at our Aether Compass while we're at it. 509 north, that is. So let's do this. This is a quest that puts us on one of the mounts, just like with the Beast Tribe stuff. It gives us the manta ray thing. Wildstar fan service stuff is under development, but there's still fair ways out. I mean, I have very little trust in projects like that, I have to be honest. I'm not enthusiastic unless it's, you know, first-party professionals working on something real. Oh, I need to use the double bubble ability. Wildstar being a WoW killer era MMO did it no favors at all. I really think it'd be better received now. Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right. The thing is, Wildstar was a lot more than its end game, but the marketing and the community really just clung to that. They just wanted to talk about old school style raiding and old school style attunement processes and all that kind of shit. And that's kind of what a lot of people went into it for. Very few people were like respecting its other attributes. The only other thing that people were really like praising or thinking about much of that game was its housing, right? Which was also very robust and very well done. But it had a lot more to offer than that. I really do think it had a lot more to offer than that. And I think it was, you know, there's so many. I mean, MMOs are mental, honestly. The amount of mistakes you can make that are even outside of the game itself, just how you present the product, when you present the product, what bits you choose to emphasize. I mean, my little world building project thing, I'm even going into all that stuff. I'm talking about how my game would be marketed and like fake blog posts and shit that would come out with it. I actually have like a second book concept, which is you know, all the media that came out about the game, and then for the first year after its release, what those early patches would look like and so on. Because there's just so much to think about with that kind of stuff. And, you know, I think Wildstar did itself a disservice by overemphasizing just the raid shit. Because it kind of created this thing where it's like, why would I play this game if I'm not a raider? And then if it drops the ball on that side of things, well, which it did, well, you've kind of backed yourself in a corner. And it's so grotesque, honestly. Like, when you think about all the value and quality and passion that's elsewhere in a project like that. Oh, he has a follow-up quest. He's excited to see me again. Aha, welcome back, friends. You couldn't come at a more fortuitous time. These bubbles have a special mucus which emits a strong scent to mark their territory. Okay, so we just do it again. Sorry. There we go. Serpent troubles, right? Ride the striped ray and use its double bubble to drive the water serpents away. On ground, on land, really now. These serpents here, the ones all high up. Okay, I mean, I can do that. I don't mind. It's weird riding this on land. You don't get it because there's way worse games than Wildstar that are still around? Yeah, I mean, I'm curious about that as well. I mean, in a way, I kind of like that it got shut down in retrospect. Because you can create like these zombie games, you know, and I think that as a publisher, there's a temptation to encourage that. And a zombie game is where like it really has no future prospects. But what you do is you just pump it full of microtransaction and macrotransaction services to squeeze whatever poor fuckers are still in it. And that's how you get stuff like, oh, what was the game? Why the fuck can't I remember its name? Is it Rift? Like with like real life police cars driving around in it and shit. And it's just like, you know, that's just, they're just let it hobble along because you can squeeze a little bit of money out of it. But they didn't even do that to Wildstar. They just fucking axed it. And in a way, I almost like view that as like, they're still, if that was still going as a zombie game, I wouldn't be having this conversation with you right now. No one would give a fuck about it, you know? Maybe you'd find some people chomping the idea of a relaunch. But the problem with relaunches on zombie games is, and by the way, this is a more relevant conversation for Guild Wars 2 than I think that people might like to look in the eye. The problem is the fan base will work against it. You'll have people who've spent thousands of hours or thousands of dollars one or the other, or both, tens of thousands of hours inside the zombie. And when you say, oh, well, we're going to try and bring it back to life, but that means we're just fresh start, we're doing, you know, a Realm Reborn style situation, they'll fight against it. You need every one of those invested audience members and consumers needs to be on your side. And you're not going to get them on your side. They're actually going to work against you. They're going to be pissed. And now we're talking about like holding multiple projects, but you're not transitioning everyone. And it's just a nightmare, really. In a way, what happened with Wildstar, killing it off like that, I don't know, maybe I'm just an idiot. And all of this is insane. But, you know, there's like the chance for a phoenix to rise from the ashes, you know. Almost. It's almost a mercy that it's not a zombie game. Because there would be absolutely no prospect. There'd be absolutely nothing if it was a zombie still wandering around. There'd be nothing. But as it stands, there's a little something. Maybe. Is Guild Wars 1 a zombie game? No, I don't view Guild Wars 1 as a zombie game. Fuck, it was. I had to use the bubbles. I don't view Guild Wars 1 as a zombie game. Guild Wars 1 is live because it's very cheap to be live. And there's no reason to take it away. And it's a property ran by an enthusiastic, passionate studio that cares about where they came from and cares about the players that are still in that game. And for all the things I think people accuse ArenaNet of wrongly, I don't think money and greed is actually a fair thing to ever accuse them of, really. And this is on the eve of a review where I'm about to talk some insane shit about the gem store. I'm about to go mental at Guild Wars 2 in a video on YouTube about its fucking gem store. But even through all of that, I would never accuse ArenaNet of monetary greed in that way. And that's why Guild Wars 1's going. Guild Wars 1 isn't a zombie game. They're not pumping it for the random microtransactions to bleed that community of money. It's there because they know they have a fan base and because they're gamers and they understand that people like the game and might want to go back and play it and they're proud of what they made. And it's that. I mean, would I go so far as to say it's altruism? I mean, it's pretty fucking close. And it's one of the reasons why ArenaNet has incredible respect from me and always will. So no, it's not a zombie game. Guild Wars 1 and FF11 are in similar positions. Yeah, see, I don't actually know the FF11 situation. I mean, does it get updates? It doesn't, right? You think I should improve my gear soon? These mobs shouldn't take this much of a beating. I think I'm just going to wait. Unless I really get forced into it, I'm just going to get these next 4 levels and just put tombstone gear on my tank. And I'll put... what I think we're going to do is put patch gear on my monk and tombstone gear on my Dark Knight / Black Mage if and when it gets up there. That's what I think we're going to do. Alright. Bubbles. I like that sound effect. Wasn't FF11 like, okay guys, no more updates, and then it gets updates? Well, I mean, Guild Wars 1's similar as well. I mean, look, if we want to talk about Guild Wars 1, can I just point out, there's a fucking Google Doc. Hold on. I had it open on a tab. Why can't I find it? It's all my fucking docs. Oh, here it is. I mean, click this. This is real. I bet most of you guys don't even know about that. Look at that spreadsheet. That is the low-hanging fruit spreadsheet. It's a community-curated list of shit that the SCW at ArenaNet is looking at and providing feedback and responses on, and actually will end up as patches in-game if they're confirmed to go through or whatever. That's going on in 2021. There are patches for Guild Wars 1. They're very small, but they're there. I mean, we can say it doesn't get releases. It doesn't get content releases, but it does get... It's not, like, abandoned. I mean, you want to talk about respect. I mean, I'm amazed at stuff like that. I think it's brilliant. That's real. That spreadsheet I just gave you guys. Hello, Boots. Boots, I was really close to messaging you earlier because I thought we could do the Catalyst video if you were around, but then I just decided to turn this on instead. Alright, finally. Okay, so we're done with that. We're done with that. We don't have the flying, so we can't do that. Right, let's get out of Tamamizu and do this lady's quest. Complete this, do the triple triad. And the Ruby Sea will have been mastered. That's fair. Let me know if you want to do it another day. Yeah, I've got a problem with my sleep at the moment, so I'm getting up very late, and then I'm feeling like I've got to do this like sort of first thing, you know. And then when this ends, it's the middle of the night, and it's so I don't know. I mean, in theory, I should just do it afterwards, but so we'll just see when we can squeeze it in. So here she is. Making you ready to go good, then that's set out for Tamamizu. While Suino Sato is, for the most part, isolated itself from the rest of the world, we have had some little contact with the Koji and the Blue. This, however, will be my first time visiting the village. Okay, let's go. You've been there before? Excellent. You recently returned to Guild Wars 2, but the gem store was one of the main things preventing you from coming back for so long. Wait, sorry, the girl with the pearl ring. Why is that quest the Elixir of Life over there? Is that what I just got? Yeah, it is. She wants me to go back over there. Well, in the meantime, let's go south and conclude these little adventures here. Let's check our compass as well. If there's anything to the south. Southwest? 749 southwest. That's pretty far. I did a cool quest last night where I taught a little boy to swim. Like, I encouraged him to get out in the water. And then I cheered him on, and he ended up getting, like, way out. Like, ludicrously far away. And then he was panicking, and I had to help him. And then we swam to a little boat. It was a cool side quest, really. One of the better ones I've done. I sort of regretted that I didn't stream it a little, but at the same time, I guess this must be near the entrance to the dungeon. I mean, where else is it going to be, right? But at the same time, it was basically just a quest where it was saying right-click a person, move, right-click a person, move, right-click a person, move. It was basically in the waters above me. It was like it started on the shore and came all the way out here or something. It's just a little boy swimming on his own. And the Warrior of Light's like encourage him. Northwest now. Northwest. Oh, is it over fucking there? I was thinking of Elder Scrolls Online and how it seems to really be between FF14 and Guild Wars 2 for lots of gameplay design. I think it even had a big combat rework at launch. So it shares that with FF14. Well, FF14 didn't just have a combat rework, I realised. It was a lot more extensive than that. But, you mean like a big sort of renewal kind of thing? Yeah, what I was originally interested in... Okay, so just straight up west now. But there's a rock there. We've got to go underwater, right? And we've got to go in the fucking place. How do I get there, though? What? It must be here. It must be at the bottom of the dive. Which is an area I don't really remember going to, so that makes sense. Yeah, I was thinking I could play ESO. I'm a more, I think, in the tier list of preference right now. The games I'd like to stream would be this. And then maybe New World. Elder Scrolls Online. And honestly, I kind of want to stream PoE, but the timing doesn't work out. That league, that Scourge League, starts in like 4 days. And as far as I can guess, I'll probably still be in Stormblood in 4 days. I mean, I'll definitely still be in Stormblood, let alone beating Shadowbringers. I mean, we'll be lucky if when Endwalker comes out, we're actually at the point of being at Endwalker in the story. We might just about make it. So yeah, 4 days for the Scourge League. It's going to be old by the time I get to it. Aha! Is it you? Can I climb up that? Is there a jumping puzzle that you want me to do? Aha! I'm not sure if that was the way that they wanted me to do that. I think they probably wanted me to go all the way around. But we have now collected it. So good. Wow, 1,206 southeast. Sounds like it's probably right where we want to go. So that's excellent. Let's just swim out of this dive. You never knew you could climb the wall there. Me neither, my friend. Does anyone know when the next Guild Wars 2 beta will happen? Yeah, they have they have road maps on their website. You could go to the Guild Wars 2 website and see. Am I playing at max settings? Yeah. What are you thinking? That the game looks shit? It's really inconsistent. Sometimes it looks good, sometimes it looks really bad. This is 100% max. My issue with ESO was the animation cancelling during combat, which the devs embraced. It feels like you're playing cookie clicker when you're playing an MMO. Oh, so can you give me a little bit more context to that? I think I've heard of that a few times in the past. What does that mean exactly? 825 southeast. There's a bonus XP on that, but I'm not going to go for it. Yeah, it's not really comparable to Guild Wars 2 at the moment. Guild Wars 2 is just much more polished for me. Oh, no, it just is. You don't have to add for me. It is. It is. Don't be afraid of that observation, because you're right. If you click mouse button 1 as you're doing your rotation on your skill bar to get more combat damage, it's a big boost in damage. You click mouse button 1 as you're doing your rotation on your skill bar to get more combat damage. It's a big boost. Okay, you're telling me what players do. You're not telling me like why or what is happening. That's not really. You just give me the fact of what happens. Why is that the case? What's happening with the animation cancelling? What's the story? And what? It's developer intended? You can never get into Elder Scrolls Online because of the character animations. It'll look so stiff. See, I don't really care about stuff like that, to be honest. I sort of view a lot of that stuff as quite superficial. It doesn't really matter to me how stiff things look. I genuinely think if the buildcraft was good, if the tuning was good, if all the other stuff worked out, I'd play a game where all people do is T-pose while sliding around. I don't give a fuck. I really don't. I mean, I'd laugh about it, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter about the substance of the product, does it? It was unintentional at first, and the community really liked it. The devs designed around the damage boost that you have. So if the community liked it, what are we complaining about? What's the suggestion? That it's just crazy people within the community? They listen to the wrong half of the community? How delightful it is to see you again. It's kind of like how Super Adventure Box has a couple of jump dodge moments in Tribulation Mode, right? Unintended, eventually designed for. Oh, can I just say, we had 2 other subs as well. Kaio and Sarah, I don't know if you're still there, that was an hour ago. And Bayaba, thank you so much for those subs. I missed that. I'm really sorry about that, but thank you very much. MB1 is auto attack, like in Action Cam in Guild Wars 2. It's not really any skill to get the damage boot, and annoying to constantly click one button constantly over and over during a fight while also doing a rotation with the other hand. Oh, I see what you mean. So like you end up, so each animation you trigger, you can sort of end early and squeeze in an auto attack after it, as long as you manually click to auto attack each time. So it's like weaving, except you weave in a left click each time. Pirate would say. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Kari says I just don't do that. I have to be honest, this has all taken way longer than I thought it would. I thought we'd be here for maybe 20 minutes. It's like just a couple of little quests. I won't say no to a game or two, though I must warn you, I'm known as one of the best in the Confederacy. Alright, let's play some Triple Triad. Let's get you beaten. Sorry, what's the 3 squares? Do this. Oh shit, he has Tansui. Tansui's only a 2-star. Oh, that reminds me of something. Hold on. Should we put Xande in the middle? I'm a little nervous about that actually, so let's do it. Let's put Xande down here. Nice. Because if he had no way of breaking this, then he didn't have any way of doing it on this flank either. Now Noctis could slam in from the top, but if he can flip 7 from above, I doubt he can actually. Go. Oh, he can. That's now an A. I can't break that. Fuck! Fuck off! He just won the game from that. Oh no, I won. Just about. Okay. You certainly know how to play, unlike most of the junkers and swindlers around here. I have no qualms about taking their coin, but they don't offer much in terms of practice. Okay. Let's go back to the dock, complete this quest. We gotta keep an eye out for this Aether Eye. Oh no. We got it already. Elder Scrolls Online has some cool and interesting quests. Ah, the puzzle have already fallen into place. Just keeps going on and on and on and on and on and on. What is this? I'm not even paying attention. Let's quickly put an end to this nonsense. Yes, I agree. Fucking hell. Oh my god. Alright, we're nearly done, guys. This is the last quest, I promise. I can feel it in my bones. That's how I can make that promise. Oh my god, we haven't even done the quest with the woman. She's going to want me to go all over the fucking place. I get the sense I'm just starting that adventure. I think I'm going to stop this. This is the last one. Even if it goes on, I'm going to stop this. That's such a shame. I just wanted to start and just finish the map and be like, there you go, guys. Here's some weird little quests. But I'm not going to spend all the time. If I voice act all of this and I get really into all of it, I mean, it's literally just going to cut into the energy we have for the MSQ. But this is actually putting me to sleep. I've drank the coffee now, and I can genuinely feel myself nodding off. I'm getting drowsy. I've only been awake a few hours, and I'm getting drowsy. Oh, he's got a bomb in his back. I feel bad as well. I do feel really bad, but I'm not sort of presenting it as well. ESO combat feels airy and sloppy. But combat's never been the strong point of Elder Scrolls games anyway. I mean, to a certain degree, I feel like it sort of has been. What, when you say airy and sloppy, what's that comparing it to? Guild Wars, which is like top tier? Or this game? It's airy and sloppy even compared to this game. The difference is there's way more combat in ESO than there is in the PS game. Or is it kind of like the reverse of this? This game, the proportion is mostly story, right? Oh, sorry, by the way, the game's really loud. Sloppy! Why is that such a joke with this community? That was one little fight that I've just moved on from. I've never gone back to. Well, where would that appear? On Trial Roulette? Is that a trial fight that can come up? It's so random every time he says, I know, but I mean, it's one, I mean, there's so much in this game. It's weird that I mean, it's years old as well at this point. We're not even talking about any of that at the moment. I just use the word and everyone starts thinking of it. Here we go. So we can use Quietus there. The reason we got the blood was because of the blood weapon. But that's like one cast. Holy shit. Realistically, I think I should have single target. Yes, let's go! What? Well, how comes the icon is coming up so slow? When the fight originally came out, I believe there was a bug where he said it much more often. Oh, I see it. Okay, if there was a bug, that makes more sense. Sloppy emote when? Oh my god, why am I so tired? I feel really out of my element right now. This is weird. I don't think I've ever done any content ever over the past 10 years where I've been so tired with a hot microphone. This can't be right. Yes, 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 yes. It's all fascinating. Let's go. Let's go do the main quest. I've made such a mistake doing these. This is what you're looking at here is a lot like how the first 75% of my first run through the Hildebrand quests went. This is like what ARR was for me. This is actually a bit worse. Like, my interest level in this story and my following of it is about a 1.5 out of 10. And I'm constantly on the edge of it just being over. And that's how I was digesting and interpreting the Hildebrand story for a long time. And it just kept going. Because I thought it was just like a side quest. I thought it was like a goofy, fun little side quest. And to a certain degree, that just sort of clicks my brain off there at that point. Because it's just sort of like, well, whatever. And then it kept going. And it kept going. And it kept going. And at some point, I was like, okay, this is mental. And I started paying attention to it at that point, like really forced myself. And that was right around when like Gilgamesh came into the story, and I was like, oh, okay, so like this is, and then I looked at New Game Plus, and I was like, oh, this is a thing. So then I sort of paid it a bit more attention, and ended up realizing it was quite funny and quite interesting. But that's not what this is. This is like what a lot of the ARR stuff was. Yeah, okay. Oh, alright. Another game of Triple Triads. One more Aether Current, and we're off to the main quest. An hour and a half later than I thought we would be. But we're nearly there, guys. Look at that. Ruby C, 1 diamond. We're nearly there, everybody. Okay, Triple Triad. He's drunk. Challenge. Oh, I forgot. There's something I've got to show you as well. Dissension. A card's rank decrease in proportion to the number of cards the same type already played. Oh, shit. How do I know if I've got multiple beasts, though? Wait. Oh, and swap. I have Hilda. He took Noctis! Oh, I think I'm fucked here. Oh, this is not good. Wait, what? Oh, no. Oh, golly gosh. Oh, I've got no great way of utilizing any of my cards here, really. This is the best thing to do. Hey? Wait. Oh, it's a reverse game. Oh, this is hilarious. I see what they're doing. He's drunk. It's a reverse game. He's drunk. Oh, shit. Well, I still have no way. What? Oh, fuck. I've been thrashed. I've never lost so bad. Oh. Rematch. If it's reverse, I'm going to play with my low tier deck. Okay. So. Okay. Oh my lord. Do that. Oh, do you know what? I should have done the Chimera. Oh, no, not just yet. Will that combo along? I think we do it this way. Because this is quite difficult for him to attack, right? And the Dodo can flip that. I think I won. Oh, it's a draw. No combo with these rules? Okay. Okay, I'm going to put the Chimera up in here. Jesus, that coral is brutal. I think this is good. Dodo in the middle. God, that's even lower. That's good for the Mandragora, though. Oh, that's a very good play. But whoever I put here is fully defended. He'll never flip him back. The question is, it's going to be a top-down battle, so I should put the Sabatender here because he's 3 on both sides. Got the best chance here. Oh, that's 1. I win though, right? Yeah, okay, good. Wow, nice. I almost feel like all of these should be best of 3. I feel like 1 fight isn't enough. I would love it for it to be best of 3. Hey, wow, somebody gave out a single sub gift. Ian Dietz, thank you very much, man. Somebody just got lucky and got given a sub. 1. Thank you very much. It's Titania XXX. Very porn starry name there, I think. But there you go, thank you. Alright, so 1 more Aetheryte. 4:45 East. And we're out of here. I like that. Oh, okay, wait, let me, before I forget. That woke me up a bit, that did, by the way. That actually woke me up a bit. Here, check this out, guys. I did a roulette yesterday, and I did main scenario quest roulette. And I was listening to a character that we've learned a little bit about here in Stormblood, Gaius van Belsar. His voice, by the way, with the old voice acting, is ridiculous. I hope if they do more with him, he won't sound like that. But check it out. Gaius card. I got his card. The legendary 5-star card. So, I'm going to activate that. So, I could swap Noct now for him. Maybe we'll build another deck. But what I wanted to do then, now that I have that, is I wanted to click Gold Saucer, Card List. I wanted to find him. There he is. Look at that. He's got an A, 9, 4, and 5. So he's a little bit more stat spread than Noct. Unfortunately, there's not much lore here. Unworthy is the ruler whose subjects seek the solace of false gods. So yeah, in MSQ Roulette, he says like a lot of cool stuff, really. And I've got a new theory now about Shadowbringers. All right. Now, I don't want you guys to confirm or deny this, but here's my new theory about Shadowbringers. My general understanding is it's going to be another world, another reality with like some fundamental difference between our current life. Something changed, right? In which it's a bit like where the Warriors of Light came from. Like it's a world where there's too much light or something, like people won or something. So what's that fundamental change? That's what this is where my head's going right now. So anyway, I was doing the MSQ roulette. I'm looking at how Stormblood is telling me a lot about Gaius van Belsar again. But he's dead. I killed him in the MSQ. But he seems like kind of a good guy in a lot of ways. And a guy that it sounds like through both 1.0 and ARR was kind of a big character. So there's a moment in Praetorium at the end of ARR in which Gaius says like a bunch of like intelligent shit. I've got to get up there. He talks about by the way, there's another underground like garden place in this map, which one of the quests took me to. Like, there's a whole area. So he's talking about like you know, the balance must be preserved, and his view is the way to preserve the balance is you need a strong ruler. And that's why he fights for the Empire and he believes in the Emperor, blah, 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 blah. So, there's a moment in that quest where he says to me, Warrior of Light, surely you know this. You're such a badass. You do have the power to rule. You can keep the balance. Don't reject my hand. He, like, offers you peace. He's literally like, dude, do this with me. And the Warrior of Light just says no, and then you end up killing him, and the ultimate weapon blows up, and blah, 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 blah. So here's my current theory. What if the Shadowbringers world is when the Warrior of Light, at that moment, right there, after those logic bombs from Gaius, he says, yeah, all right. And you're sort of in league with the Empire. Because I think, narratively, doing an expansion, it's Northwest, doing an expansion all about us properly fucking with the Empire and, like, dismantling all that shit. That's a really good thing to, like, contrast with an expansion about a reality where that didn't happen and we actually sort of saw the merits of what they were going for. Because I quite like the Empire, really, when everything's laid out. So anyway, that's my new theory. And Gaius is, like, alive or some shit. I don't know what that would mean about La Habrea, though, because, like, the Ascians aren't from one of these worlds, are they, really? Oh, it's there. I see it. So, I mean, La Habrea died to Thordan. I assume he's dead in all the realities, or all the worlds. I don't know how that works. I don't know what that is. Anyway, so, yeah, that's my little... I think that'd be quite interesting. Because I just see a lot of, like... It's a way to, like, tie all this Empire stuff into the future storylines. And I don't know why they've explained... Why they're continuing to tell me about someone who they could just leave rotting in a hole at this point. And they're continuing to make me sympathetic to this guy. So that's sort of where my head's at. I'm going to find out that Shadowbringers is not what I think it is at all. It's not like another reality with a fundamental, like, little difference or some shit. I'm going to find out it's like... But I don't know. So anyway, there you go. That's what I'm thinking right now. The thing is, I saw when I was reading ahead, there's a place where you can read all the upcoming trials and shit. And I remember reading that the Warrior of Light is a fight at some point. So I know I'm going to fight me at some... I don't know, like a doppelganger of me or some shit. Or is it the Warrior of Darkness? I don't know anymore. I read that ages ago. Before all the post-Heavensward content. Like ages ago. Before I even started any of these streams. So I don't know. Anyway, can we now fly? Oh, let's climb. Heaven on high. Freedom. So this map, I know it looks like that. Oh, now let's do this thing, actually. Let's do this other quest that's been taunting me this whole time. And then I promise we'll be into the story. Disappointment incoming. Well, you know, if it's not that, look out. Oh, we can actually read sightseeing log. Shoal Rock. One of many isles that pepper the Ruby Sea, hemmed in to the north by a circular formation of enormous coral, whereupon the Confederacy has established an outpost. According to Hingan historians, the isle was formed by magma that spewed forth from Hell's lid. Holy shit, we just had someone gift some subs. Oh my god, Cam421 just gifted 5 subs. This is not the wildfowl treasure you're looking for. Try searching somewhere else. Over there? Oh my god. Listen, Cam, thank you so much for that. We've got a weird thing at the stream at the moment where I really want to, like, build the viewership up and blah, 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 blah. And I'm a bit nervy because there's a couple of individuals who are gifting lots of subs. And it's like, it's really nice, but I kind of don't want to be reliant on just a couple of people. I feel like it's not fair or whatever. And so if I see a new face do something like that, I mean, that is really, really, that means a lot to me. Thank you very, very, very much. That's very lovely. And yeah, if you're lurking, guys, check your name might be on the list. You might have just got a sub for free. And that means you have access to the emotes, of which we are growing. We're getting more and more as time goes by. Rocker has commissioned a couple. Is Gears in the chat? I was given a message earlier when I woke up that apparently they're trying to give me an emote, but they can't contact me because I don't have direct messages open on Twitter. The only way you can send me a direct message on Twitter is if I'm following you on Twitter. The best place to go is Discord, for sure. mysterious gift subs. You're now owned by the mob. No, I think that's really lovely. Thank you very much, Cam41. Thank you, man. There's something I want to talk to you guys about. I have absolutely no segue into it. It's not about games or anything, but it's something that I just found really profound. Just a little story of something. Remember I said last night I was listening to podcasts? I'm not going to say the name of the YouTuber. Oh, maybe I should. Well, I don't know. There was someone I used to watch on YouTube years ago. Years and years and years and years ago. And I sort of drifted. I didn't watch them anymore. But I sort of became interested in their channel again a little bit recently. And, you know, it's like 6-7 years down the line. And they have like a Let's Play channel. And they also have like a vlog channel where they'll like get in the car and they'll talk and stuff. And they're like looking rough at the moment. I don't know what's happened. I think they've got like a serious health issue. They've like gained a ton of weight. Their skin is like the quality of their quality of their skin, that's not horrible. Their skin is not looking healthy, and their throat is getting messed up as well. Like they and you can see they're like speaking slower and they're thinking slower, and it's really worrying. Anyway, so like this is why I kind of don't want to say their names because I don't. It's not really. I don't want to sort of. I don't know, that feels disrespectful somehow or whatever. But yeah, it's really interesting looking at that community. I'm only vaguely into that community and that personality. I don't really know them. I've never left a message or anything like that, so I don't really. But it's really sad to me. It's really sad, and it's crazy seeing the comments of people like fighting over like how do you bring it up to the person? Hey, you're looking really unhealthy. Hey, you might be like on your way to an early grave. Hey, are you working out? What are you doing? Like there's people saying that, but then always, if someone ever dares mention it, there's a bunch of other people in chat who are very, very, very quickly, like saying, hey, that's rude, don't talk about that, that's rude, you shouldn't say that. And I honestly, when I read the comments, I don't see rudeness. I see people are very concerned. But it's been going on for like a couple of years now, and just getting worse and worse and worse, and it's like, it's very sad, and it's very strange. Anyway, so last night I was listening to a lot of their content and watching a lot of their content. Anyway, they did a thing where they have a series on their channel where they kind of, I think they're on like a long drive across the United States. I think it's like a long drive. So they just have the camera going and they just talk about their life story the whole way through it. And they're fascinating. They're amazing videos. It's so cool because this person's like, I think mid-40s, coming up on their 50s at the moment. And so they've gone through like a lot of stuff. And they're one of the most relentlessly honest people I've ever seen on the internet, ever. I mean, I really admire honesty myself, and they're just like crazy honest, like openly talking about how desperate they are for love, and that they got like scammed by like a woman that they used to work with for like thousands of dollars, and they're just very openly talk about like anything you can imagine. Like it's really kind of crazy. And anyway, so I was just listening to them like talk about their life. And anyway, one of the things they did was they played an audio clip of an old they used to do recordings for themselves when they were younger, where they would just like the reason they kind of got into the whole YouTubing thing and the Let's Playing thing is because for years before any of that existed, they would record themselves in a microphone to talk to themselves, kind of like keeping a diary. Imagine as a hobby, you keep a diary, but instead of it being a diary, what you're doing is you're speaking into a microphone. You're recording, you know, cassettes, which maybe you listen back to later, maybe you don't. In real life, I knew a woman who kept a diary for like 40 years or something. She had all these books. Every day she would write about her life. Every day she would write in a diary for like 40 years of her life. So, you know, people have these hobbies. By the way, the woman I knew in real life, she suddenly died of pancreatic cancer. And they threw all of her diaries away because they felt it was private or whatever. And I was quite aghast by that. I don't know what you guys think in the chat and stuff like that. But to me, I thought, fuck me, that's someone's life that they've documented and they've written about. They're dead now. Shouldn't that be preserved to some degree? Wouldn't that be interesting? If not to... You know, maybe it's personal to people close to them. And I get that you might want to, you know, be cautious of that. You know, you don't want to read about, like, your mum's sexual habits or whatever, you know, if you're the kid and you're reading their diary or whatever. I get all of that, but I mean, it was like books and books and books and books. 40 years of someone's life and thoughts and feelings and impressions and interests. And after they died, they burned the books. They burned them. And to me, that's like, I don't know. It's not my place to say. It wasn't my family. But the person didn't really have much family either. So I feel like that's such a waste. I feel really, really weird about that. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe people aren't that interesting in 40 years of diaries or something. Anyway. I don't know what this is. I'm now still doing quests just while I ramble out this anecdote. Let's go do this. Let's not do that. Whatever that is. That's another quest with a big icon. We'll do that. We'll start tomorrow's stream with that. Anyway, so this person used to have this hobby where they would like diary and everything. And anyway, like I say, nowadays they're a YouTuber. They're very honest. They do a series where they talk about their whole life's history, and they're very honest. And they play one of these audio tapes, and it was one of the most profound things I've heard. It was so incredible to listen to. It was back when they were working. I guess I'll protect their anonymity to a degree. I won't say what the job was that they used to work or whatever. And they were in the car going, and you're listening. You're like, it's like dated back in like 2003 or something. And they were in the car going to work, recording one of these things for themselves privately. It's an intimate thing that they didn't know they'd ever share. And now you get to listen to it on YouTube. And you listen to them crying and like screaming and sad about their lot in life and how disappointed they are that they have this job. And how they're not changing their situation, and you know, just arguing with themselves, like begging themselves, change. When are you going to do something about your life? Like screaming in vain at themselves. And it was just one of the most incredible, like raw things that I've heard. So yeah, I don't really have a segue or a big point for that, but I just thought I'd share with you guys that I had like a really eye-opening experience. I think last night, just listening to some of this stuff while I had my insomnia. And it's weird how, like, you know, people just playing games on the internet can end up, like, opening themselves up and being so vulnerable and stuff. I think what got me thinking about this a second ago was how I'm, like, I was on the brink of falling asleep a second ago. And here I am. Alright, okay, so. We should find the Kojin who gave you the Book of Fairy Tales. But, of course, it's a brilliant idea. If I'm not mistaken, let's go search them out. Okay. Except we're not going to do that. We're going to go do the quest. Alright, so you guys ready? Look at that. The last quest in the Ruby Sea. I know it feels a bit like blue balls there, but whatever. Where are we? Oh god, I don't have the main quest. Well, that's fine. We could always put it on the HUD layout, and I'll tell you what, it's just going to be in Limsa Laminster, isn't it? Yeah, it's right there. Okay, so, to recap. We went to Doma. We found their rightful prince, Lord Ian. Is prince the right phrase? We convinced the people to rise up in rebellion. We took the seat of power. This psycho crazy bitch, who I still hate, even though she's dead, killed Goesetsu. My favourite. So it was a victory, but it was also a bit of a loss. And so now we're coming back. Tataru is living it up in the Far East. And we've just arrived back on the shores of Eorzea in order to wrestle free Girabania. And we'll see what's happened here in the meantime. And also there's still the other big antagonist, Xenos. So there you go, that's it. That's the story. Home is where the heart is, and Alphino is in Eorzea. Tataru and her 7 husbands. I don't remember anything about 7 husbands. Here we are, home at last. I must say, the journey passed more quickly than I'd expected. Yeah, I mean, I thought it passed real quick. We definitely didn't go on any adventures in the meantime. That'd be due to the absence of otherworldly interference, I expect. I should be glad if we did not speak of that unpleasantness again. Wait, what are they talking about? Here we are home at last. I say the journey passed more quickly than I expected. That would be due to the absence of otherworldly interference, I expect. Are they just referring to the fact that we did a dungeon and the sirens on the way out and now we didn't? They're calling that's otherworldly interference, right? And Alphino's scared of ghosts, right? So he says, oh, I don't want to speak about that. So what Alisaie's doing is she's trolling him. She's reminding him about the ghosts, right? She's being a bit cheeky to her brother. But in spite of that, all that and more, we return better for the experience and more importantly, triumphant. Indeed, and with Doma freed of Imperial oppression, it is only right that we turn our thoughts to the plight of Alamigo. Well, I'm all for that, obviously, but I think you should go and see the refugees at Revenant's Toll before doing anything else. They'll be thrilled to hear what we've accomplished, and it'd sound best coming from you. Thank you, I shall do as you suggest. I see I'm not too late. Admiral, what are you doing here? The East Aldenard Trading Company informed me of your impending arrival. I have tidings I thought best to share with you in person. From Girabania. Aye, the Alliance still holds the wall, despite several Imperial counterattacks, but we've been unable to press further into occupied territory. Commander Kemp and his men, meanwhile, have made great strides towards rebuilding their depleted ranks. They've even taken it upon themselves to attempt some few operations, with mixed results, I'm sorry to say. It was a complication arising from one such venture which moved me to seek you out. By the way, between streams I did a bit of side questing as well last night, in Girabania. During a mission to transport wounded resistant fighters to the Rising Stones, Kryl was taken prisoner. Ah, yeah, we saw this in a cutscene. Kryl is taken prisoner, exactly. And he talked about, like, cutting her face up or something. Did I misinterpret that? I mean, it was pretty grim. Do they know where she's being held? They do not. But your comrades were informed at once, and I'm told Thancred is in Girabania looking for her as we speak. Yeah, more Thancred! How could this have happened? We must seek out Thancred without delay. Nay, Kryl taught me better than that. It would be unwise to act without first acquiring a full understanding of the situation. Thank you for informing us. Tired though we may be, we must make haste to the Kashamorians. Pray excuse us, Admiral, Lady Yugiri. Ah yes, Thancred from Uldar. He called her a pig and made some threats about slaughtering her. Yeah, I swear he's talked about silencing her by cutting the fat off of her face or something, didn't she? Didn't he? Was that what it was? Anyway. Whoa. Twitch just told me first time chat from viewer, Mr. Brownstone. Hello, Mr. Brownstone. Cool, I can't think of anything worse. You go to a stream, you dare to leave a little comment, you just want to fit in, you don't want to stand out, you just want to have a little bit of fun, and Twitch puts a giant spotlight on you and says, this person is here for the first time. What is that? I didn't know that this website had that feature. I would watch your Guild Wars 2 streams when you run around place to place doing stuff, talking about random stuff. It was fascinating. It's the stories that matter the most. I don't think I ever really... I'm not an open book at all, though, in terms of personal stuff. What stories have I ever told? There you are. You ever heard the news? In broad strokes from Admiral Merwib. I don't know how... Okay, let's learn this. Blofiswin? Merwid Blofiswin? Is that how we say it? Blofiswin? I think that might be a little bit better. Blofiswin? What happened? Kryl and a squadron of resistant fighters were escorting Y'shtola and several other wounded to the Rising Stones for further treatment when they were ambushed by Imperial forces. Arnavold and his men fought valiantly, but in the chaos... I will make no excuses. We failed to protect her. Don't be so hard on yourself. You protected Y'shtola and the others, did you not? Tell us about the attack. It was the skulls. They knew a path across the wall we hadn't found. We thought we were safe once we reached the Black Shroud. We weren't expecting an ambush. During the fighting, I caught a glimpse of their leader's memories. It was all planned. Eh? The advantage of having a walker in the field. Eh? What's a walker? Caught a glimpse of their memories? What is he? Like, he's like Cryo as an empath, right? Is he like, he's a mind reader? Arenvold has the Echo. And what's his superpower? Walker equals someone with the Echo. So he can mind read, can he? I'm not as strong in the echo as Macon, of course. Half the time it's enough to knock me on my ass. Like I have to take a dose of concentrated aether. So, you walked in Fordola's memories. What did you see? This is the Makote lady who's in league with the Empire, right? This is essentially the Western Yotsuyu, right? A woman promised the world. Education, training, citizenship, all that and more if she but sold her soul. A traitor to her people, a pretender to her masters. It was Xenos himself that gave the order. Told her to return with Cryle Buldizian alive. Buldizian? Is Cryle the only Buldizian I know? Why do I recognize Buldizian a bit more? Is that it? It's just Cryle Buldizian. Buldizian? Oh, the students of Buldizian. Right. Yeah, they're the people from the Vanished Island or whatever, right? Yeah. I remember. I gotcha. Our agents have been carefully monitoring Imperial communications since the attack, but have yet to intercept any transmissions making reference to Cryle or her current whereabouts. If their orders were to bring Cryle back alive, we can save her if we move quickly enough. As you say, time is of the essence, which is why I intend to slip past the enemy lines and see what information I can uncover on my own. In the meantime, it's up to you lot. It's up to you and our allies to command the Imperials' undivided attention. Lots of shouting and explosions and so forth. Keep them distracted. I will find her. Very well. I wish we could do more to aid you, but I understand. Commander Kemp is on his way to the Casham as we speak for a meeting with General Aldin. If you hurry, you can find him on the road and discuss the situation beforehand. Okay, I'm curious about this Kemp man. I think Macon and I are going to go and see Conrad like he suggested. You will wait here. Walker is a term that was used by the Path of the 12 in 1.0, implying someone is walking the path. Right. When did I first meet Arenvald? I don't remember this guy. Alpha Node called it an advantage, but in truth it was a liability. The vision left me reeling, and Fordola seized the opening to push past and snatch up Cryle. I'm sorry. It wasn't your fault, man. There's nothing wrong with wanting something stupid so long as you don't act on it. Remember, there are other ways you can help her. I wish I could go with him. It'd be so utterly self-defeating, but I would do it nevertheless. By the way, didn't someone tell me that the Elixir are really tall? Because these two are short. Right? How comes these two are so short? Is there like a subspecies of Elixir that they are? They're teenagers. What? Oh, I didn't realise that. I actually really dislike that. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. While you're away, so we go this way. He was in the Walking Sands. He was one of the survivors of the raid on the headquarters. Oh, I see. They entered college at 11 or so. Jesus. They haven't had their growing phase yet, which Elixir get around 20. I don't like it because it kills my Rule 34 fanfic. No, they've done too much, man. I mean, I don't know. They're very accomplished. I find it really hard to buy that. I don't know. Well. Hello, Conrad. Welcome home, Lise, Macon. I'm sure you've heard about Cryle by now. That's why we're here. I'm not sure what to think about it, but we'll save her. We'll definitely save her somehow. I have no doubt you will. You look stronger for your time in the Far East, lass, and that's good news for Cryle. I'd like to think so, but enough about me. How is everything with you and the Resistance? Better than when you last saw us, make no mistake. Arenvald's been a godsend. Him and Monargo and all the other young bloods have achieved so much in such a short time. We've been blessed to receive the support of the Flames, Alamegan Brigade, who have been instrumental in freeing our countrymen from labour camps throughout Girabania, as well as some political prisoners from the city proper, believe it or not. Together with refugees returning from Uldar and elsewhere, we had no shortage of able-bodied men and women eager to join up the cause. I knew you wouldn't stop fighting, even after what happened at the Reach. Force of habit, I suppose. Though we've come a long way, we still have far to go. But we'll fight on every ilm, and sooner or later, we will get to Alamegan. I like this. I thought that they were just going to be completely bloodied from before. But they've actually been continuing to act. But listen to me prattling on, man. We should be making haste to the castrum. There's no point you telling me everything now when we'll only have to say it all again for the Flame General's benefit. You're right. I'll go on ahead and tell the others that you're not far off. Remember that in Japanese fiction, once you're past 30, you're an old man, like Thancred. Yeah, no, it is true. It's like Auron in 10 is like treated as like this sage. If you think about Auron from 10, you probably imagine him, what, mid-50s? That's sort of his demeanor. But he's like, in canon, he's like 31 or something. He's like nothing. So yeah. So we're going to speak with Pippin. But I'm not allowed to speak with Pippin because that would complete the quest, and I initiated the quest on my monk. Oh! Anybody notice a difference? I did this as well. I set up some glamour plates. I haven't got a macro. Oh, I can't show you anyway. I haven't got a macro that messes with them in any way. But this Imperial outfit from that quest, I put as a glamour plate. And I did, there was like a Hellfire gear set I got at the end of Heaven's Ward in the post-patch content. I set that up. And there was another set I set up as well. But this Imperial one is multi-classable. It can be on anyone. So I put it on my monk here just because, hey, why not? We haven't changed our monk armor for a while. And it feels like it'd be quite funny to look exactly like an Imperial. Hey, Ravon. Glad to have you with us again. You seem stronger than I remember. Hard though I would find that to believe. One would almost think you spent the whole time fighting. Well done, by the way. Yeah, it's the Imperial outfit. I've turned tail now. I'm with the bad guys. You've spoken with Thancred then. Good, take heart. If anyone can track him down, it's him. I believe I heard Commander Kemp's party approaching. If you're ready to address Father and the others, let's be about it. I don't like this flagrant nepotism on display. I don't think Pippin should have any role here. You, Reborn, and your allies have much to discuss. There you are. And there's Commander Kemp, I see. I know you're eager to speak of our next move, but we would first hear more of your last. Tell us your deeds in Doma. Oh, I have a lot to say.
Pray, join me in welcoming our Scion allies, but recently returned from their mission to the Far East. We have been most eager to hear a first-hand account of your time there, eventful as we understand it was.
Very well. Allow me.
I can turn the helmet off, guys. Don't worry, I'll turn it off for these cutscenes.
Such victories are rarely won without sacrifice. But the prize is worth the price. Doma, free after all these years.
Bloody hells. Flooding their own castle for a better chance at victory. We could learn a thing or two from that, lad.
Our agents report a flurry of communications between Garlemald and Alamegan in recent days. 'Tis plain they are in the midst of deliberating their response to the Doman uprising.
Good. Every Imperial unit in occupied territory will be on the lookout for civil unrest. The fear of leaving critical locations undefended will make commanders think twice about committing their forces, giving us a chance to seize the initiative.
You think the helmet looks better?
We have a chance, aye. Mayhap the last one we're ever going to get. While we've done our best to rebuild the resistance, the Imperials have only increased their efforts to root out sympathizers. If we keep on playing for smaller prizes, it's only a matter of time before they crush us again. And that we won't come back from.
I don't know if that has a
Swift
visor
advance
option.
seems
We'll have a
best
look.
for all concerned. Not least poor Mistress Kryl.
I concur, everybody.
Then let us waste no more time. The campaign for Alamegan liberation begins now. Our first objective will be to capture Castellum Valladina. Take the bridge, and the whole of the fringes will be ours. From there, we can push east towards the peaks. I named this operation Rulga's Beacon. For as Rulga once sent his star to guide our ancestors to these lands, so too shall it see us home.
What's this story here? Rulga sent his star to guide our ancestors to these lands. Isn't that quite similar to the Ishgardian legend of the Fury Halone leading the Elizan to Dravania? Isn't that quite similar? Do all the gods have equivalent sort of setups like that? They all led a people to a place? Not that you're aware of? Okay. The success of this operation is paramount. So long as the Empire holds Castellum Valladina, the main host cannot advance. Xenos knows this, which is why he's ordered Fordola and her men to see to the bridge's defense. So, we get to fight the skulls again. The Butcher is not to be underestimated. She is decisive, ruthless, feared by foes and friends. But, we have a plan to defeat her. First, we send an alliance force down the main road, signalling our intention to mount an all-out assault. The garrison will muster their forces and prepare for a protracted battle. However, they will soon find that we are ill-prepared for their counter-attack. Our men will begin to break ranks and flee. I see. Show them your backs and give them a target too tempting not to pursue. Aye. Fordola is too aggressive not to press the advantage. She'll order her men to give chase. We lure them as far as the East End, where the commanders will rally their forces and attempt to hold their ground. If all goes according to plan, we should be able to keep the greater part of their garrison occupied, leaving us to tackle the bridge's remaining defences. Very clever, I'm sure. But what are we to do if the Imperials smell a rat and return before we've taken the place? I don't need you to take Volodya. All I need is for you to fly your flag from its tower. You mean to trick them into believing that the bridge is fallen? Aye. We convince them Volodya is lost, hit them hard with our reinforcements, and watch them go running for the hills. Then, when the dust is settled, we regroup at the Castellum. What say you? Bold plan, but a good one will do. By the way, this woman with the grey hair, is she from the Amalja storyline? In that case, we shall support both the Resistance and the Alliance forces. Make and Lise Arendvald, I ask that you accompany Commander Kemp. Alice and I will remain with the Flame General. Is she the same? She's not the Kill Bill woman from the Amalja storyline, no? We'll return to Rulga's Reach and make our preparations. Okay. I was wondering if, like, this expansion was continuing her story, but I hadn't seen the full progression yet because I didn't finish the Beast Track. It would be very much up this game's alley to do something like that, right? Grey hair, do you mean pink? I mean grey. I mean, is there a little bit of pink in it? So here you'll see I've basically done all the quests in these areas of the world now. Like, all the side quests are done. This is where one of the sniper quests was, which I thought was quite interesting. No currents or anything around here. Yeah, this place is still a little bit miserable, and there's still some ruins and stuff around, but it's not too bad anymore. Got some tents and things. If England gets a little rain... Wait, what do you mean? Oh, what am I missing there? Rulga's star was a comet that fell in this land, making way for the people through the mountains. That's why this symbol is a meteor, akin to the Black Mage logo. Oh, really? So, hold on. The meteor fell through these mountains, right? Abalathia's spine, that mountain chain? that we went to in Heavensward, but we were above it, right? In Heavensward, we were above the mountains. Is that the idea? That everyone was on the left, and then they found a way through. Side quests almost never tie back into the main story after they branch off. The most that happens is special non-voice dialogue prompts making reference stuff. Is that true? I feel like a lot of stuff. What about the whole Grahatia thing? Is that an exception to the rule, is it? If it takes hundreds of battles like this to rescue Kral, then I'll fight in every one of them. What about Estinian was a class trainer, right? He's a secondary thing, and he became main story. I can't tell you how long I've been waiting for this. It's going to be grand. Conrad wasn't kidding when he said they made a lot of progress while we were away. You can actually see a cave where the comet landed. Oh, can you? In case you haven't noticed, the flag flying above Volodnia is a bloody massive. It'd take a dozen men to change it, and far too long besides. But there's no need for all that, right? Right, Monago? Not so long as I have my griffin and a satchel of glamour prisms, no. Arenvald, you're in charge of the runners between us and the Alliance. No link pearls. Lise, I want you to look in on the squadrons. Make sure they've got everything they need. Is everybody clear? I think so. All forces are to depart for the Castellum when they're ready. That'll be all. Macon, stay with me and Mona if you will. There's a few men I'd like you to look in on personally. Each of them has lost people, and I can tell that it weighs heavily on their hearts. There have been a lot of new faces since you were last here, so it's best if I just tell you where to look. One's an officer you'll find in the Barber. Another's an older fellow who likes to pass the time on the shore of Starfall. The last is a fiery young lad from Little Alamegan, who I'm told trains by himself on the river to the fringes. You'll know them when you see them. Come and find me when you finish. Okay, so you want me to, like, motivate these people. Right, I'm going to take the helmet off. Hide display. Manually adjust visor. Select gear only. That's not working. I don't know whether the ring means... What does the ring mean? In the context of manually adjust. I don't know whether it means on or off. Ring means on. So to be on means to manually adjust it. So if I turn on the option to manually adjust, how do I then actually manually adjust? Either way, it doesn't really seem to do anything. Anyway, we'll just have our amazing face out. Before long, guys, we'll be in the Shadowbringers expansion, and the Hrothgar will be there, and we'll be saying goodbye to Makote Macon. It depends on the helmet. This one doesn't have a visor option. Okay. I think my in and out of combat macro actually toggles that as well. Wait, I know you, Lieutenant Revgaji. It's an honor to meet you. I was living hand to mouth in Uldur, but decided to enlist in the Flames after I heard tales of your daring do. And now, as fate would have it, I've been sent here to join in the fight for my homeland's liberation. But this is no time to talk. I've got to prepare for the operation. Take care, Lieutenant. We'll give those Imperial Horsens what for. Jesus. Welcome to the fight. Please know you won't be able to take him serious in cutscenes of Stormblood. Wait, what do you mean? At this point, I think you'd be used to it, wouldn't you? Wait, are you guys saying Hrothgar looks shit? Or are you saying Makote looks shit? Or are you just saying my Makote looks shit? Oh, you typed SB, but you meant Shadowbringers. Hrothgar are cool looking? Oh, sorry, I missed a little bit there. I say, if it isn't the lad who helped me find the ward I misplaced. But there I go again, treating you as an equal. It wasn't until after you'd gone that one of my commanders pulled me aside and told me it was the one and only bleeding hero of Eorzea who'd taken time out of his busy day to help me. Well, what's done is done. But know that I will fight with every ounce of my strength in this coming battle, and the next, mayhap that will serve to repay the favour. Very well. Okay. Don't you worry. You never see any streamers playing Hrothgar, so I'll be pretty unique. Oh, music to my ears. That is good to hear. What I need to do is play the rarest class gender combo, race gender combo on the rarest class. So I think what I need to be is a monk. What is that? What's the stats? Female Hrothgar monk probably is the ultimate hipster. Macon, am I right? I doubt you remember me, but I'll never forget you. Saved my life in Little Alamigo, you did. Wilred and the rest of us had gotten in over our heads that we have enough crystals we could summon Ralga like the Amalja summoned their god. Thankfully, you put a stop to it. Ever hear about what happened to Wilred? Joined the Braves when they came calling, only to turn up dead one day. Never found out how or why, but I reckon it doesn't matter. Dead's dead after all. But at least he died doing what he thought was right, and maybe that's the best folks like us can hope for, eh? Not that I'm in a hurry, mate. This is weird, you know, I really thought that the Doma arc would have me fighting Shinryu over there, and the Alamigo arc would have me fighting Omega Weapon. I really thought that that would be a thing, but it's just, like, not done any of that. I'm really starting to feel like they're saving all that shit for the post-Stormblood patches. I feel like it's going to be just like Heaven's Ward, where we didn't actually deal with Nidhogg until well after the box release. Hey, Conrad. You've had a word with the men I mentioned then, eh? As I'm sure you've noticed, they've another thing in common aside from the tragedy. You've touched each of their lives in one way or another, but that's not the reason I wanted you to speak with them. A man who's lived in Girabanya his entire life, who bore witness to the realities of the occupation for 20 unbroken years. A man who fled Alamigo in search of a new life, who swore to serve another nation, only for fate to conspire to send him back here. A youth born on foreign soil, who never knew his parents' homeland, yet nevertheless felt kinship with our cause. 3 men, 3 stories, 3 reasons, yet all belong to the Resistance. In growing larger, we've grown more diverse, and while there is good in that, there's also the potential for strife and discord. It'd take a special sort to lead such men to Alamigo, don't you think? Good thing they've got you, someone like Lise, you mean? Leader of the Resistance, eh? Don't I have enough titles already? I do feel like my impression from that was that he was going to point at me. But now that I see that Lise is on the option, I feel like maybe it, because it's obviously not me. I'm no Ian. Do you know what I mean? Someone like Lise, you mean? I see we're of one mind. She'll have to make the decision for herself, of course. You've travelled with her, been by her side when she's had to make hard choices. You've seen her at her worst and at her best. If you think she's got in her, then she does. Look after her, Macon. She's our future and my hope. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense we got that jail scene of the 2 of them sitting next to each other. I trust I needn't say that this conversation is just between you and me. Good lad. Right then, we'd best head to Castellum Corvi, or what remains of it. I wish you could play a shorter Elixir. You wish more people played them? You don't see them often? Can you not, like... I guess there's no age slider, right? So you can't be like an Alice Alpha, no thing. Oh, I forgot about you guys! Faster, faster. Look them in the eyes and strike them in their hearts. Holy fuck, I love them so much. Right. Where are we going? Of active players, Rogadin are the least played race. Then Hrothgar, then Elizon. Job-wise done. Elizon is really that low, is it? I would have thought elves, the people would love elves. Job-wise Dancer is the least played. This census was 2020. Wow. You played Elizon for a bit. The running animation for women is horrendous. tried to make an illusion, but none of the faces were appealing to me. See, by the way, I actually do have some slightly better gear now. We should probably get on our chocobo here. But yeah, if you look, there's no quests left here. I did a lot of the fates around here, by the way. Some of these fates have really weird names. It's so referential and so it's very strange. Good evening, Rocker. We've basically just started playing, really. I mean, I've been live for 2.5 hours, but we basically just started the story. Just picked it back up. The only plot development right now is that Lise might end up as the leader of this place. But I mean, I don't know whether I really believe in her for that. She didn't live here. I get that she embodies a little bit of all three of those guys that we just met, who all have a stake in this battle. She has all three of those motivations at once. I get that. But also, I don't know what appetite she has for politicking and ruling. Anyway. We'll lead the way while other units launch their own separate attacks. Remember that we need to hold out for Monargo sees the flag. Got your gear in order? Any moment now. Oh, we got a duty. Why do you have a ceiling lamp on your 8 key? I don't know what that is, I'm afraid. I'll have to have a look in a second. Oh, this is good. We can ignore the nighttime because we're in a trial set during the day.
Then.
I don't know what you mean. It must be like a log or something, I think. It's probably just an easy access way for me opening some UI panel.
It's the waiting that drives me mad. Standing around, knowing what's to come. I'll never get used to it.
Calm down, Nargo. You're making her nervous. We've come this far, haven't we? We just need to make it the rest of the way.
Right.
Looks like the bastards went for the bait. The bridge is ours for the taking. Now remember, Monargo, I want you to make for the tower as soon as you see an opening and get that flag flying. We'll see to the fighting.
I won't let you down, sir.
Come then. Rolga's star shall burn bright this day.
Into this quickly now. We've got to reach Volodya before General Alden and his men. Something. Scouts dead ahead. If they see us, they'll warn the others. Not if we kill them first. How many targets have we got there? 3?
Here it comes!
Now I may turn the game down just a little bit so that I'm confident speaking. So you guys will have to tell me. I don't want it so low you can't hear it at all. I don't really like messing with this stuff on the fly, but there it is. It just says head for the castrum. So is this one of those weird moments again where I don't actually need to follow these people? Oh yeah, I have Riddle of Fire now. And I'm not allowed to criticize the duty instructions, right? But they're perfect. So when it says head to castrum, I mean, it's as simple as that, right? That's the last one. Let's give it. It does seem like I have to kill. It seems like I should be fighting. No, there'll be no criticism. This is like, I've never seen a game that telegraphs where to go better than this. I mean, really. I think it's brilliant. The Caesar Bridge. This looks gorgeous, by the way. I'm joking around because yesterday I got lost in a duty. You guys might not have been there. I got a little bit, just a little bit lost. Oh, I should be using my thing. The forbidden chakra out of combat. I do think I should be fighting here, though. Unironically, I think I should be fighting. This is quite cool being an Imperial here. It's hard to know, right? Maybe they fight me less. This like reduces enmity. Because I'm like a spy. They think I'm fighting for them, only to discover that my rock breaker is hitting them. They think friendly fire's off. I quite like little moments like this, to be honest, where like one of the things Guild Wars does that's like one of the things I've struggled with the review, it's really hard to talk about, is there's a very precise thing that happens in Guild Wars which completely changes the nature of the combat. Does anyone want to guess what it is? You can kind of see it on display right here in this fight as I move around and try to aim my 3 AoEs correctly. Can anyone guess? And it's almost like a bit of trivia to talk about, but it's actually huge. And I think there's one skill in the game, in Guild Wars, which can sort of unlock the entire discussion. But I feel like I shouldn't put it in the review because it's too much of a sort of a specific talk. I think you're clever with all your little tricks. Think again. None of you are leaving here alive. All right, let's do it. Dodging is kind of tangential to it, but no, I'm talking about something else. No, not healing. Alright, the one skill of which I speak, and there's lots of effects like it, but the best representation of the whole story is Temporal Curtain. Guild Wars allows you to manipulate enemy positions extremely liberally with an ability like that. If you imagine you didn't change anything about Guild Wars' combat, anything, but Temporal Curtain type effects didn't exist, yeah, you'd still have a lot of LOS stuff, to be honest, but it would dramatically change. Like open field battles like this, it would change the nature of the PvE to an extraordinary degree. Why is this a 1v1, by the way? I didn't actually skip a cutscene, did I? Explaining why this is a 1v1. It doesn't have to be 1v1. I'll kill it with everyone else. By the way, I never put up Fist of Fire. And again, like there are other effects like that, especially as elite specializations have come out. But it's kind of like a fundamental thing you can do in that game that you can't do in this game. And it leaves a lot of like building blocks in place in this game that just get completely dismantled in Guild Wars. Oh shit! I should have snap punched that. I can't use chocobos in these, right? Demolish again. Stunner through that, maybe? No? Tornado kick? Oh, shit. Oh, I'm demolishing too quickly. Whatever. Whatever, it's fine.
Meet my new friend!
Fucked that up. That was actually a fat finger right there. I tried to use the Forbidden Chakra and ended up using, what's it called? 4-Point Fury. No, not 4-Point Fury. I used Arm of the Destroyer. I like how I've got like a little bit of self-healing on this. I mean, self-healing's very similar as well. Dodging, self-healing, enemy position manipulation. All those effects change things dramatically. And they're not actually integral to the core principles of that game's combat. Oh, why am I doing both of them at once? That's dumb. Well, it's fine actually, I suppose, because I can use the defense. It's not fine. It's not good. Whatever. Haha, Nago made it. Now we've only got to hold on a little while longer. Am I going to take her prisoner? Oh, they start doing this 1v1 combat. It's for some fights. It's a pain for healers. I thought everyone could DPS in this game, though, right?
God damn you.
Rocker says, "Can anyone give me a
No more hiding. Let's finish this."
Can anyone give me a quick summary of what happened in the story since the stream started?" Go on then, guys. Help him out. What is this? Someone in chat is asking for your help. What happened in the story since the stream started? Is nobody confident to say that? No more. I mean, I could say.
Look, the flag.
This chat is toxic. Don't say that. No, I don't think our chat's toxic at all. Holy shit. That was cool. This is going far too well. There's some real energy.
Alamigo! 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 Yeah!
Stand your ground.
Sorry, guys.
It's not over yet.
I should have turned the cutscene volume back up. Sorry, there you go.
Damn it.
There you go, look, I'm chanting with everyone. What the fuck is that?
Let them go, Lise. We've done what we came here to do. That's enough for now.
Time to change your glamour, I'm gonna get shot? Yeah. Okay, can you guys see this first time viewer UI? Can you guys see this? Or is it only me? Am I the only one that sees that? Oh shit. Dude, this is brutal. Oh no, everyone sees it. Okay. Oh, get in there! Yeah, fuck him up. You only need one arm. Get in there. Love seeing me some Raban on the front line. That's one hell of a flag.
Piladina is falling? Impossible.
Oh, it's all going according to plan. This isn't good, though.
We have them on the run! Forward! No mercy!
Regroup! Regroup! We have to regroup! All units, fall back!
These poor Imperials just getting battered about. God, I thought he was going to get an arrow in the eye there or something.
Commander, the 4th cohort has been routed. We'll be at the mercy of the enemy's reinforcements if we don't fall back now.
Idiot! We have the stronger force by far. Don't be taken in by their tricks. Or would you rather tell Xenos you lost to this rabble?
No, you tell Xenos. I'll be defecting.
No, but if the snakes betray us in the confusion, we'll have no way out. I'm begging you, Commander. Give the order, or we'll all die here.
As common traitors who drank of muddied waters. For all the good it did us. Skulls with me! The day is theirs, and so is this bastard bridge. Someone bring the snake.
Can I just ask you, chat, right? I'm actually going to ask for a detail about the story upcoming. You don't have to give me any context or anything. Is Xenos' dad the actual Emperor in this expansion? Just yes or no. Is he actually in this expansion? Because it kind of blows my mind. I met the fucking guy in Heavensward, which had nothing to do with any of this. Oh, he is. Okay, cool, cool, cool. And so far in this story, I've heard hide nor hair of him. He's just not been around at all, not even for the briefest little glimmer of a moment. And I met him randomly out of nowhere in Heavenswood. That's crazy to me. Okay, he is. He is in it. Thank you. Wow, it's really weird seeing all these first-time viewers in chat. Is that some new Twitch thing, is it? I do encourage you guys, if you're being brave enough to start using chat, I do encourage you to keep using it. I'm looking at it a lot more than I say. I mean, I don't read out every message I read.
It's our first victory, isn't it? And that has to be worth something.
Well, I mean, what about all the shit we just did in Doma? No, I'm not saying, I'm not accusing it of bad writing, saying, oh, yeah, I should have met him. I get it. There's perfectly plausible reason why I'd never meet him. I'm talking just about the structure of the story right now. It's interesting to me that they were happy to basically throw him into an unrelated story before, and they're not. I mean, there's some authenticity to the unpredictability of that, I think, which I quite enjoy. Good shit. I didn't think I could do it, but then I did it. So, you are indeed everything they say. The stuff of legends. Hell yeah. I like wearing an Imperial costume in this. This is good. Well fought, brothers and sisters. Today is a day that we remember for generations to come. Arendville, did you see that? Orbar, Orly, we did it. It's a shameful Dola got away, but we did what we came here to do. I have to remind myself, it's just the first step, but it's a big one. We're going to take it all back. All of it. One ilm at a time if we have to. What do you think, Conrad? There's still a chance some Imperials are holed up inside the Castellum. We'll need to search top to bottom to be sure it's safe. In the meantime, I want you to rendezvous with the main host. Keep your weapons at the ready. There's a chance you might come face to face with soldiers. On second thought, it might be prudent for you to do a preemptive sweep of the region for soldiers that have gone to ground. We shouldn't afford them any time to regroup and launch a counterattack. When you've judged your work to be done, report to Old Inn and Bitmill. Just because we won doesn't mean it's over. There's still enemies about, and panicked soldiers can kill you just as quick as a cool-headed one. Yeah. Now that I know that I'm like not actually much of a badass if I don't have the echo. Oh, I love that dust. Did you see that dust drifting across there a little bit? That was pretty good. That's like in Guild Wars, where like at the Sandsea, you see across the top of the dunes, they put these like lovely little like windy sand kick-up effects. It looks better in that game, though. Burrow Antlion. I can see it, but I also can't see it. Oh shit, it popped up. It's like a devourer. To the pike balls. So you notice on this map, to be honest, there's lots of stuff I haven't even unfogged yet. It's quite interesting to me. There's still a lot to see and do. I really wish Form Shift wasn't UCD. It just feels so pointless to open with it unless I have a lot of like early opportunities. But basically, True North will get me through all 6 of my abilities. When do I get? Let me have a look here. Sorry, this might be a little bit boring to people. Enhanced Grease Lightning 3. Oh, it's fucking ages away. It's in Shadowbringers. It's like one of the last things I'll get. Auto attack delay by 20%. But that's only 5% better than what I've currently got. It's ages away. That's actually pretty tanky. Wow. I have to get used to using Riddle of Fire as well. Weirdly, there's actually a lot of prep. What would I need to do? I would want to have Forbidden Chakra ready, Riddle of Fire ready, Form Shift ready, and True North as I initiate the first attack while Fist of Fire was going. There's like a lot of front-loaded stuff there. Can anyone, in a simple way, describe to me what they are changing about Monk? Because there's going to be a rework, right? What's the summary of the rework? I actually think I've started enjoying it less the more bypasses for rearing and flanking I've had. My gear's starting to be quite bad eye level wise. I think that's fair. I can equip that again. New stuff again. The thing is, I'm level 68. As soon as I tick 70, we can get some tombstone stuff. Oh no! I'll tell you what. When I hit 70, we can do our class quest, and that will give us a new monk-looking outfit, won't it? What's the Stormblood monk outfit look like? Is it good? Targets. That AoE out of my Elixir. Oh, these guys are dying way too. Usually these story bosses are not mobs are not that bad. Definitely no need to demolish there because he's still dying. Oh my god, look at my 8 hands! Whoa! Oh my god, look at that! Suddenly a painting. Macon the Conqueror. What do they call that? Is that volumetric fog? Is that what they call that? Or is that something else? Is that the phrase? Yeah, I was admiring some weapons the other day that basically are like Wolverine's claws, but those are even bigger and more badass ones. Perfect Balance will generate Beast Chakra when you use or use big attack. If that doesn't make sense, well, it's hard to summarize in a chat message. Perfect Balance, yeah. Perfect Balance currently lets me just use anything, basically. It's going to generate a Beast Chakra. I don't know what a Beast Chakra is. I know what a regular Chakra is. For a new big attack. Okay, that doesn't sound like a rework. That sounds like an added mechanic. It is volumetric fog? Nice. Lieutenant, all's well at the bridge. It is indeed. Good, good. The fighting has died down here too, as you can see. Pippin left but a moment ago with a contingent of troops to occupy Velodnia. If and when the Imperials return, they'll find us dug in behind our own walls. I could not have hoped for a better outcome, General. Splendidly done. Let us not get ahead of ourselves. It will take more than one castellum to turn the tide. My men and I will deal with the remaining enemy forces. Scions, I bid you return to Commander Kemp and his men. I kind of hate that Alphino's like a fucking commander, leading people to their deaths and shit, and he's like a 15-year-old. I actually hate that. Delight not over much in victory, not when there are battles left to fight. Our work is finished. Our resistance allies are waiting. All that shit about like building like an army for himself at 15? How? In what world is that believable? I mean, Eorzea, it's believable, I guess. I just gotta forget about it, I guess. Grandkids of Louis Swart. Yeah, I mean, okay, guys, it's perfect. It's amazing. It's the best story I've ever read. It's because it's anime, so it gets a free pass, right? We don't have to engage our brains because it's anime. Don't hate the prodigies. I like having chat a little bit on edge every now and then. I'll just drop a little controversial, like aggravating opinion in every now and then, just to tick off the Final Fantasy fans. They're child prodigies. Yeah, I get that they're you know, that's just what lends to their genius. If you're looking for Arenvold, I think he's with Pippin, searching the Castellum for any remaining soldiers. Okay. Back so soon, I suppose the general and his men had matters well in hand. The Vice Marshal and his men showed up not long after you left. If gods are good, there'll be no one left to fight. This just feels too easy and too breezy and comfortable at the moment. Conrad would like just as much as you to resume your march east towards the peaks. I know you're not one for waiting, but if you'll bear with us... Commander Kemp, Marshal Terrapin reports that their sweep of the Castellum's interior has been completed. So it's finally over, eh? Pray extend him to my deepest thanks. It's official then. Castellum Volodnia is well and truly ours. Mayhaps this calls for... Wait, where's Monargo? She took her bird and flew off towards the Peering Stones, the village of the Matribe where she was born. I doubt that the Imperials who fled Volodnia had a mind to give them trouble on their way back east, but she was nevertheless worried, so I gave her leave to go and see that her people were safe. Though I pray you are right, 'twould be best if Monarga were not alone should she encounter the enemy. Agreed. Let's all go to the Peering Stones, make sure everything's alright. If that's your wish, I've no objection. Just let the guard know where you wish to cross. So hold on, we're going to a whole new map now. Is this the lock? So we're just on our way, a merry old side quest here? Just say that Y'shtola is overrated and everyone will start foaming. Well, I haven't got that sense yet. I haven't seen much Y'shtola. Y'shtola's hardly been in this expansion. She got injured at the start. I've not seen her since. She had some kind of interesting development a bit around Heavensward where she lost her vision. I get the sense she's got a lot going on later. Like, people have told me that Matoya is coming back. And so I can imagine Y'shtola kind of related to that. Maybe she's got a lot to do in Shadowbringers, which is, you know, where everyone really adores this game. So, wow, so we've unlocked a whole other section of the map. I didn't show you guys, but it's absolutely gorgeous. This gorge that this bridge is over is so deep. I mean, look at that place. You can just about get a hint of it. That waterfall there is really far away, and you can go right up near it, that bridge. It looks fucking brilliant over there. So anyway. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know about the whole Y'shtola thing right now. I got no beef with her. I quite like the character. Did you say you were for the Peering Stones? In that case, mayhap Marshal Terrapin and I should join you. We spied a suspicious pair earlier, a Huron and a Lalafell, by the looks of them, but they fled when they realised they'd been spotted. If they're Imperials... A Huron and a Lalafell? Since when did you become a bloodhound? And Makote ought to trust their ears, not their nose. That guy looks like a cool Makote, really. Looks like a lion. On your guard, Ironvold. They're still about. She looks crazy. That's not Krylon Xenos, is it? This was simply called Volodnia Bridge before the Guardians arrived. They saw fit to transform it into a base for their supply trains. What's more, atop this tower, they could survey the area for miles around. Their ambition knows no bounds, nor does their villainy. I like the Empire so much. These poor fucking people with no magic, through their own ingenuity, build themselves up and start, you know, following in the footsteps of the goddamn Allegans, who were the most brilliant civilization this place has seen. I mean, yeah, a bit unethical. Yeah, Empire business is a bloody business. Yeah, alright, I get it. But still, I like them a lot, man. What the fuck are the Limsalaminsons doing? Pirating around? The Gridanians hiding in their stupid little forest. The Thanalanians, is that the phrase? Fighting over money. Fuck off. I like him. I like the Empire. We'll soon start sending scouts east to survey the land in preparation for our advance. We do not anticipate much resistance this time, but should we encounter any Imperial forces, we'll deal with them quickly and severely. I mean, look at this cool shit. I like that character. Meteor project, a bit unethical. Yeah, but they were tempered. Wait, what's the word? They were under the influence of a primal. You can't blame them for that, all right? That was a rogue contingent, all right? That was not, like, their ultimate ambition, okay? And, yeah, it's not too good. It's no worse than the Amalja. And here I am wanking the Amalja off doing quests for them. Because I appreciate that some of those individuals weren't tempered and weren't trying to summon Ifrit. Or the kobolds and Titan and so on. I understand that with those, but no, the Empire doesn't get a free pass. Fuck them all, we say. Path to the village is through a tunnel east of here. Follow me. Look, I'm not saying the Empire's perfect. I'm really not. I'm just saying in context. I really think if I was Macon, I would... I don't know whether I'd be doing this right now. I really don't. Because, I mean, in all seriousness, I'm a big believer in change from within rather than from without, right? What about, you know, ingratiating yourself within their systems and trying to, you know, slowly and moderately tweak the way they operate over years? Rather than just spilling blood everywhere. They're not perfect, but who is? Alexander. That's true. The Alexander raid did reveal to us. I mean, that's quite a dark story. This is quite pretty, by the way. That's quite a dark story there as well, isn't it? An entity so perfect and so omniscient that it just deletes itself rather than interfering. I mean, if that, by the way, that alone, right? If we genuinely do believe that the primal Alexander merged with machine as it was the ultimate engine of logic, it didn't choose to destroy the Empire, okay? It didn't do anything against the Garleans. It let them be. It chose to just observe and remove itself from the equation. I mean, they can't be that bad. I think that Alexander proves my point. Sorry if this is frustrating to people, but I quite enjoy that there's a very strange, obscure way to get up there. I assume it's a cave. WP, you should watch a VOD of the Alexander Ultimate now that you can fight. I'll play it myself, man. I'll do all the ultimates. Look, when we're done with the story, if people are watching the streams and we're pugging them, I'll do the good content. I mean, I'm not just here for lore. I'm here to kick ass and chew bubblegum. If people will do it with me. Oh my god, it's Ozma. That's a great mount, isn't it? That's awesome. Make a video essay about this. I mean, I'm sure the defense of the Empire is banal to actual Final Fantasy 4 fans at this point. 14 fans at this point. Surely it's been talked to death ad nauseum. I doubt I have any unique perspective.
Ah, you've come. Welcome, friends, to my village. My home.
How fare your people?
Good, all things considered. Better than the Enanta at any rate. They've sent an emissary.
I lack critical information. Listen, if I lack information I should already know, I mean, let me have it, man. Let me have it. All right. I'm not gonna sit here and argue that the Agrius 2.0 is a virtuous, altruistic project. I think that shit looks pretty dangerous. All right. But if there's information I should know already, all right, let me have it. But if it's down the line, then, you know, I'm going to stick with my opinion until the game tells me otherwise.
We're here to help. Will you tell us what happened?
Aye. It began with a quarrel between the Imperials and the Kaliana.
The Kaliana are another Enanta tribe. The strongest and the most influential.
Can I just say as well, for everything I've just said about the Empire, I like these guys a million times more because they're snakes.
Unlike the Vera, they want no part of our troubles. They swore fealty to the Empire and were content to remain within their borders.
I don't see enough snake people in fantasy.
The Kaliana forsook their pride in the fight and yielded to Garlemald long ago.
Okay, so these are the keys to the kingdom, are they? We're going to get them on side?
But then a new commander was sent to hold the Black Bridge. She demanded the Kaliana surrender a hostage, this butcher.
Fordola. It doesn't make sense, though. The Vera are the ones working with the Resistance. Why would she threaten the Kaliana?
Because she is ignorant like all Imperials. She knows not the difference between Kaliana and Vera, nor does she care to learn.
I see. All Fordola knew for sure was that the Resistance would come from the west. She reasoned, therefore, that if the Ananta on the east bank turned their coats, she would be trapped. I take it the Kaliana had no choice but to oblige her.
No, they did not. The Imperials left with the Kaliana broodmother's own daughter, Alamegan.
Hold on. Have I seen any of these guys, any male Ananta? Are there? Is this a single-gendered species? What?
Long days and nights she looked out on the Black Bridge weeping for her child. Until you came. The broodmother knew at once which way the winds would blow. She and her warriors met with the fleeing Imperials in the road and demanded that her daughter be returned.
Bad idea. Fordola's not the kind to take threats lying down.
You know her well. The butcher turned her blade to Alamegan and bade the Kaliana move aside. But the broodmother would not yield.
I know where this is going.
The Kaliana surrounded the Imperials, one of whom, whether out of fear or stupidity, cut the child down. There was naught that could be done.
What madness.
The true madness was yet to come. For in her despair, the Kaliana broodmother cried out for her daughter to be restored to life. She beseeched Sri Lakshmi's intercession.
She summoned a primal then and there?
That she did, if only for an instant. Bereft of courage and honor, the broodmother sought solace in her faith.
This is one of those things where the multiple S thing works really well in text, but not in voice, and this poor person's got to go in the booth and deliver it. It just sounded so weird with the instant there.
The Imperials fled in terror at the sight of the goddess, abandoning these lands to the Ananta. Now the Kaliana bid us make pilgrimage to pay proper respects. Yet though we Vera revere Sri Lakshmi as the holiest of the holy, we will not prostrate ourselves before her.
And so you turn to us?
Aye. All who have fought with the Resistance have heard tell of the warrior, the Icon Slayer.
Try to look a little less oblivious.
I believe we have heard enough. Inconvenient though the timing may be, if a primal has indeed been summoned, we can scarce afford to ignore it. We must needs discuss how best to resolve this situation.
Little old me? I had no inclination. Okay. So we could get the married leather coat of striking with plus 100. Both of those stats, that's mental. Oh. Well, hold on. What about my glamour? How comes my glamour's gone? Is that not how that works? Oh, you gotta reapply it after every... Oh, I see. Oh, I don't like the glamour system. Guild Wars is so much better. Guild Wars is so much better. That's already in the review, but I mean, it's dawning on me even further. That's kind of annoying. Okay, it's not a big deal. Alpha Noah has heard this story too many times before. Yeah, I've got a plate, but I'm not allowed to do it unless I go back to a city now, so... it's fine. I mean, we look different. I mean, it's cool. At the risk of sounding hopelessly naive, there may yet be a way to avoid a violent confrontation. In the past, I fear I may have been rather too willing to accept that we have no other recourse than to risk our lives, or rather your life, to address these threats. Yet the primals we've faced thus far have demonstrated a variety of temperaments and objectives. Ravana may delight in battle, but Ramu would sooner keep to the forest with his children. Ere we decide to challenge Sir Lakshmi, it would seem wise to learn more of her nature. Not Sir, sorry, Sri Lakshmi. How do we say this? Sri Lakshmi? It would seem wise to learn more of her nature from those who summoned her into this world. If that's your will, then so be it. To the north you'll find our village. They'll unfold all. At once we'll leave. Margaret, can you inform my comrades at the bridge of what's happening? Of course. Cool. You know, it's by the book, but I like it. I like these little moments where we get a little primal mini-story. I'll send word to Conrad and the others. Take care and do not hesitate to send help if you need it. Send for help if you need it. Oh, we're back to regular chocobos, are we? Well met! Might I interest you in Porter? And do not tell me this is your first time. Okay, so a friend of mine told me something which was lost to me. You know how this is a black chocobo? For many years, the status quo in this game was that the black chocobos were the ones capable of flying and all the others were not. But then when they added flying in like Core Eorzea or whatever last year, that dynamic's kind of lost now. So now it feels kind of weird that you have a black chocobo mount, because you could just color a regular chocobo black and have it fly and no one would be any the wiser. So that's like a hidden little story now that development is sort of buried a bit. Oh, and you could train your main one to fly as well. 3.0 via a side quest. The original 3.0 flying unlock was tied to the black chocobo and the quest. And there you go. And even then, you could only do it in Ishgard, right? Once you had the things. We're all equal in the eyes of Mraz Nun. His fair-mindedness is part of what makes him so well loved among our people. That's cool. I think this game's really good at night time when the lights come on at various places. Kugane had that too. You know, that wall looks very different now that we can see the power lines through it versus in the day. You're the adventurer everyone's talking about, aren't you? The one working with the Allied forces? If there's anything you need, don't hesitate to ask. Or tell me about yourself. You can call me Mazaliko. If I'm not mistaken, you've already met my older sister. Our father, Mraz Nun, is leader of the M tribe. He's one of the few males you'll ever see among us. They stay only to challenge him in a bid to claim his title. Those who fail remain as Tio or leave and attempt to create tribes of their own. Under normal circumstances, there can only be one in our tribe, you see. Although there was a time where our lands were vast, and 2 Nuns led our people. Oh, that's cool. What kind of place is this? Thanks to you and yours driving back the Garleans out of the Castellan, we can finally start getting things back to the way they were. In the darker days of their occupation, it was Mraz Nun who inspired us, who kept giving us the strength to live. We owe him our lives, and will gladly give them to defend him and our home. I doubt there's ever been a Nun before him, so loved by his people. So what is this? This is like lions in a pride, right? Like one male mates with all the females kind of thing. Is that literally the story they're doing here since they're cat people? I like the idea that they got so big they kind of had like the twin leader thing. The presence of Imperials forced us to abandon much of our hunting grounds. With our resources diminished as they are, relations with the Ananta have proven invaluable to our survival. Kind of, in a sense, yeah. Okay. There is a repair merchant, so let's quickly, just in case. Oh, I quite like our outfit here. It quite matches the climate, I feel. Right, any recommendations, guys? Let's have a quick look at this little quest here. Also, let's just... I want to read this log. Wait. The Lure of the Dream. Oh, okay, never mind. I thought they'd have a good sum up for me. Mizzy is fretting over the tribe's lack of food. Oh, sorry. I was distracted by the grumble in my stomach. Thanks to the Guardians, we've been having trouble maintaining our food stores. Custom dictates that any game brought back to the village must be distributed evenly amongst everyone, but there hasn't been much go around lately. Without fear of harassment from the Guardians, we can finally begin hunting again, but there's so much to do if we're going to replenish our supplies. Any chance you can help us? If you can bring back, say, 3... Teleo... Cuirasses? Is this a word I should know? It'd be great help. Confine them to the north. You can stuff them into the bags. I know what you're thinking, but trust me, they'll fit. Okay. Just the name of the monster. Okay. You never know with stuff like that. It's going to turn out being like something of common parlance that I have absolutely no clue of. Also, lore tidbit. All the chocobos we got pre-Heavensward were male, because Ishgard was the main supplier and only the males out for us. Oh shit. Yeah, I remembered reading that when I unlocked the stable the other day. They were talking about Ishgardians and stuff, and I was like, that's interesting. This must predate Heavensward, and they're talking about Ishgardian chocobo lore, which is weird because the expansion itself didn't really touch on them too much, but it might in side quests that I still haven't done, basically. I've actually been a lot more exhaustive about content in this expansion than I have the other one. Oh, I fucked that up. I'm done. Oh my god, they're rumbling around quite loudly. Wow. What should I be doing? Anything is better than nothing. I'm back. Nice. Fire. Get my damage up. I'm going to try here. So, we're going to do that. Right, now we're just going to do the combo. Dragon Kick, Boot Shine. We're under Riddle of Fire. Dragon Kick, Boot Shine. 7.1, Dragon Kick, and he's dead. Right. That was a perfect balance. True North. Well, Riddle of Earth. Under the thing. Oh, Calvin using the new emote there. Very nice. So here's our last ability, and it's right as True North ends. So they've definitely specifically designed it. So that's how it works out. Oh, come on. Yeah, there you go. Oh, shit. I need to use the sacks. My bad. My bad. I need to use the sacks while they're weakened. I need to not kill them. I need to throw the bag on them. Oh, I just killed them. Sorry, everybody. Right. That is what she was saying. I thought she was talking about the meat. I thought we could kill it and then, you know, we put the meat in the sack. Does it really matter if it's alive? But okay. Sorry, are we using them to farm, are we? We're going to milk them or get their wool. Do you really think Guild Wars 2 story is better than this game? That's an interesting way of phrasing that. Sorry, if I said something that gives you the impression that I think Guild Wars 2 story is better than this game, I'm not saying either way right now, but I don't think I've been giving the impression one way or the other. Is it just that's what the assumption is? Yeah, I know I can click the icon up here. That's what I'm going to do. Oh, shit. I really messed up it. I really balls this up. I wonder how long till they respawn. I don't know, that is honestly a huge topic. I have to organise my thoughts a bit further. And also, I feel like it's not really fair for me to respond to that until I even beat this story. Do you know what I mean? So how was I slow there? It feels like I was late at that time. Oh, I did it again! What's wrong with me? Oh, what? How am I so stupid? I was looking at chat. I was literally reading someone say he's gonna kill it, and I was thinking to myself, what are they talking about? It's Judo in chat. I was reading It's Judo's message. It's Judo said he's gonna kill it. I was like, gonna kill what? What does he mean? And meanwhile, I'm just like spamming the buttons and thinking about the combat. Fuck. Alright. Look, I'm just fascinated by Monk, guys. That's all it is, right? It's just Monk is amazing to me. But look at this. Look at this combat system. Alright. So we throw the bag on it. We slide cast through the bag on it. Look at that. Brilliant. Okay. Monk goes bonk. Yeah. Punch, kick, no thought. Exactly. I mean, look at these cool ass fucking claws I've got now. Alright, there's another one over here. Oh. So dumb. I was doing a quest like this on the Ruby Sea earlier, and, last night. And it was really hard, because the enemies were attacking me so fast that I couldn't... that's one of them over there, isn't it? The enemies were attacking me so fast that I couldn't quite, like, execute the action to... It wasn't throwing a bag, it was, like, throwing dust in their face or something. But I couldn't do it. It was rough. I love the lock-on thing. I really love this picture. Like that. You see how I got interrupted there? But it was so fast. The things were attacking. They were like crabs or something. Right, well, there you go. So we can unlock that thing. But it's fine. Let's just travel along now, and we can waypoint back there later. Aetheryte back there later. Right. Have I finished my Chloe journal? Do you mean Wondrous Tales? No, I need to do Syracuse Tower, one of the raids in the Arm of the Sun, or the Eyes of the Creator. I mean, I could manually queue into that stuff as well. Oh, shit, no! Oh my god, those monsters sound so loud, it's unreal. Successfully distracted, yeah, once again. Just re-roll the top and do those ones again. Oh, because they're all dungeons, you think? The top? Like this, right? And I can get the stickers back. I'm watching chat real close because someone's going to tell me this is hugely inefficient or some shit. Well, there you go. Okay. So this is the place. Hello. Welcome, adventurer. What brings you here? I am Nisha, the great warrior tribe of the Ananta. We are born of Sri Lakshmi, Lady of Bliss. I'm just going to call her the Lady of Bliss now, this primal. She created us in her image, and in the doing imparted us great gifts. We are blessed with her beauty, and so we have scales. We are blessed with her prolificacy, bearing many children, all of which are female. And we are blessed with her vitality, as we age quite slowly. So there are no males, but they can... What is this? They lay eggs on their own and they're fertile somehow? They don't need anything to fertilize the egg? Ananta are born from eggs and we shed our skin. Our scales grow only more luscious and brilliant. It's one of the secrets to our everlasting beauty. What kind of place is this? Well, this is the sanctuary, our sanctuary. We cherish the freedom of our people, as does our great mother. It is why we fight within the resistance against the Imperials. Unfortunately, our sisters of the Kaliana do not share this vision. They are obsessed with gemcraft and have grown content to ignore our plight in pursuit of preternatural beauty. What was once a temple in tribute to our mother is now a fortress they covet as theirs and theirs alone. By all rights, it's we who should safeguard the temple. The Vera could easily take control of it, but our leader insists that we resolve matters peacefully. I pray she is right. I've been told there are fanatics among your kind who covet our skin. Is that true? I understand they may envy our beauty, but that is simply revolting. Well, what about your, the skin you shed, your molt? Couldn't they just take your molt? Isn't that normal? Crafty. Females of your kind require a male to, oh, here we go, to reproduce, correct? How exactly do you, on second thought, perhaps I shouldn't ask. So they just lay fertilized eggs, that's it, that's all it is. So there's no such thing as a male. It's not really right to call them female then, is it? They're just genderless. Oh, I should say sexless. It's probably a more scientific way of phrasing it, right? It still amazes me how you striders maintain your posture atop those stumps you call legs. It's weird because they're reptiles, right? So why do they have coverings over their chests? It's not like they feed their young milk. It's not like they have actual boobs. I mean, maybe, I don't know whether Final Fantasy thinks about this stuff. Probably not, right? Same as why someone says, why do they look like they've even got something wrapped around their shorts? You're not going to play Triple Triad with me until at the end of the arc. Hello. We do not often receive guests. What is the purpose of your visit? Greetings and well met. We are the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, and we come seeking Sarisha of the Vera. You are she, are you not? You have petitioned us for aid and succor, and yet we intend to provide them. But we would first learn more of you, that we might better understand the nature of the threat that this primal poses. Sorry, I get it. A simple request, and one which I shall gladly oblige. In the beginning was Sri Lakshmi. We were created in her image, daughters blessed with her beauty. Her breath became ours, her serenity our solace. There is naught she would not give. 'Twas the Kalyana broodmother's desire to bring about her daughter's resurrection, which first called forth Sri Lakshmi from the Aether. That being the case, I rather doubt the goddess will be spoiling for a fight. That would depend. The primal's motives will have been coloured by the summoner's state of mind, namely that of a grieving mother who had just borne witness to her daughter's murder. Though she apparently craved a miracle, she might have also harboured thoughts of vengeance. Moreover, Kalyana's conception of Sri Lakshmi may differ from that of the Vera. This is true. The Vera and the Kalyana do indeed regard the Lady of Bliss in different ways. To the Vera, the Lady of Bliss embodies freedom. She would not suffer her daughters to be bound to another's will, and so we stand with the resistance against the Empire and give our lives for the cause. For the Kalyana, however, she embodies the transcendental beauty which they strive to create through their craft. To shape crystal is less art and more ritual, a sacred duty wherein each tribute is imbued with a fragment of the soul. The Imperials do not interfere with this holy work, and so the Kalyana were content to turn inward and ignore our plight. This all maps out, until reality asserted itself, and they summoned a primal. A fever dream to soothe their aching hearts. But surely they can see it won't do any good. The Imperials will still rule these lands, nothing will change. The Ananta will. The Kalyana bade that the Vera make a pilgrimage to pay proper respects, remember? Those who do not wish to partake of their primal's bliss will be made to do so. Not while we're around. Though our beliefs are not the same, we are still kin to the Kalyana. Will you help them to see reason? Wow, Jesus. There's real this is real Paragon Renegade here, isn't it? Jesus. Know that I'll kill your god if I have to, maybe even if I don't. I mean, I would say that, except the second sentence. The second sentence there. I'll just say you can count us. The Lady of Biss. That's the primal worship by raiders. Yeah. It's the best in slot primal. Something summoners, I'm sure, are very familiar with. That we shall, for without you, we will be powerless to stop them. If we do not act quickly, more lives will be lost, more families torn apart, more children made to suffer. Then it's settled. We're going to find that primal and put an end to this. My sister will guide you, and I'll pray for your success. In some reptiles, isn't sex partially determined by the temperature the eggs mature in? Like warm eggs become male or vice versa? That's really amazing. Biologically speaking, I did not know that. Is that true? I know with like people, there's like a thing like if you're trying to get pregnant, you're trying to have a kid. There's a thing like how regularly you do it can change the rates of whether you have a boy or a girl. And I think temperature's a thing as well, isn't it? I don't know whether what I'm saying right now is pseudoscience or not. But I think it is a thing, that there are factors involved, even among mammals. So I would assume with reptiles and eggs out in the elements and stuff, that's probably a thing. Well met. We leave upon your command. You ready? You look ready. There you will find the Kalyana's crystals and Sri Lakshmi. Follow me. I've just realised, I'm embarrassed to say this, but I'm going to say it anyway. I've just realised I have a real gap in my knowledge of like how babies are made. How is gender determined? Sex determined? Is it the specific sperm cell determines? Or is it done later? When does it happen? Is it about the sperm that fertilizes the egg? Or is it about... When does it happen? It's the male sperm. It's either X or Y in the male sperm. Right, okay, yeah. So then, then definitely the kind of like environment that the man's been in. Yeah, makes sense. Oh, we can just wait for that. Yeah, okay. I just realised I was sort of assuming that to be the case, but I didn't know whether that was the case. That's why it's XXXY, right? You're back to those barriers. Oh, sorry, I had a friend request. Yeah, anyone watching this, the more friend requests, the better. I'm perfectly happy to accept them. The more people to play with this stuff. What I would really like is at least 23 friends that will go in and do like alliance raids, min-eye level or whatever, if that's interesting to people at some point down the road. So yeah, just the more the better. The more the merrier. Sorry to not read out every little bit of that side quest there, but obviously it is only a side quest. Oh, I did fuck up. I'm an idiot. I'm so stupid. I misread the quest reward. Alright, well, we'll walk back. Why does it feel like it's been night forever? Eorzea, 4 AM. It's almost day again. We're getting there. Min-eye level monastery, oh god. Well, I like the idea of playing the Rabanasta raids. Like, really well balanced. By the way, this elephant, I saw it a second ago, but we were talking about something else. How cool is that thing? Rampaging Mareed. The Vera keep Mareeds not only for use in battle, but for their rich, fatty milk. Beasts, however, can be quite temperamental, and it's not rare that Beast made will lose track of one or two of her herd when grazing in the meadows. A good whack or 17 is dramatic on the nose. I want to fight it, but I also want to keep going, so. Are we supposed to get up round there, around the back of the village and off on the right? The final Rabanasta raid was nerfed and still causes meltdowns. So sorry, what does nerfed mean? Made easier? And yet it's still a challenge for people, is that what you're telling me? Alright, well if the roulette's fun and fine, then yeah, well whatever, it doesn't matter. I feel like I missed out with the Crystal Tower content. I feel like I've missed out with the Void Ark stuff, which is all really quite mundane really to play through. You just sort of spam some buttons and then it's done. Oh yeah, and there is a stat switch coming, exactly, yeah, so I don't know, maybe I don't need to worry about all that stuff. I feel like in some ways I've picked a really good time to pick up the game. There's another friend request, thank you so much. More. I feel like I picked a really good time to start playing, but then there's like, it's before the stat squish, so in some ways I feel like it's a bad thing as well. The stat squish might be really good for a lot of this stuff that I've been experiencing that feels a bit wonky. Okay, well within is an aetheryte. Let's go. It's incredible people still fail the maths boss. Yeah, I'm really curious about that. People are talking about that a lot. It comes up when I talk about my UI, which I know I'll have to change at that point. But it just seems weird to me, like. It seems like very sort of experimental design and quite. It's just weird. I don't know how it will feel to play. But Final Fantasy's always done stuff like that. Did you guys watch my 10-2 LP where there's the giant maths cave? Fuck me, I still remember. I did that series was a couple of years back now. I remember. I've definitely understated that. It was a while back now, I suppose. In my mind, it wasn't. But I still remember recording that episode, and I remember making that fucking error, and I couldn't get through one of the doors, and I had to like redo the whole goddamn thing. That was a nightmare. I tried so hard to do that right the first time, and I fucked it up. I still remember that was a nightmare. Has Guild Wars 2 ever had a set squish? No, because again, yeah, their philosophy. There's a lot of things about like the fundamentals of that game. Wow.
Why, mistress? Why does my Alamegan slumber still?
Sorry, I just have to say, to this conversation about Guild Wars and stat squishing, BG just said Guild Wars 2 didn't have any stat growth since they added Ascended Gear, so nothing to squish. He's right, the letter of the thing, he's right, but the truth of the thing is power creep has meant that stat squishing in Guild Wars would go very, very long way, I think. I really think they need to look at the downscale systems they've got for like their earlier dungeons and their open world stuff and Quaterian stuff. They don't necessarily have to do a stat squish, but the backwards scaling mechanisms and levers they have in that game, they are not adequate anymore because of power creep. Of various forms, so it's not even just a number thing you can tweak. But yeah, you know, they sort of have a lot of principles built into that game that mean they should be able to avoid busy work like that. But weirdly, they kind of have to do it anyway, I think. Or they can keep ignoring it for years and years and years. It's up to them, really, I suppose. Anyway, yeah, back to this.
Look thee on her face, supplicant. Thy prayer hath been answered.
Wouldn't a stat squish make core builds pretty trash? No, not at all. So you've made a mistake that nearly everyone makes. You think that power creep only exists in elite specializations. That's not true at all. Find me a patch that buffs stuff in Guild Wars 2 and only ever buffed elite specs. They buff everything. Core utilities, core weapons, core traits, everything gets buffed en masse, madly, all the time. Power creep does not just exist in elite specializations. It's across the board power creep that game has. It's across the board. And not to mention items and runes and all that kind of stuff.
Flesh sundered hath been made whole. Blood spilt runneth through her veins. Breath stolen filleth her breast.
But she hears not her mother's words, nor sees her mother's face. She is silent and empty.
I'm curious to hear how the German and the Japanese and stuff VA does these guys. I bet someone out there, one of the actresses, has gone really crazy with the S's, and I kind of want to hear it. You could just tell one of them's done it.
The vessel may be remade, not so the flame which flickered within. Her soul hath been scattered to the four winds.
Now do you see her promises for what they are?
Alize, have you gone mad?
Mayhap I have, but I refuse to stand by and watch yet another tragedy unfold.
Who intrudes upon this sacred ground? Imperials, thirsting for blood!
No! We come not to shed blood, but to save you from the false god who would lead you astray. I understand how you feel. I do. You loved her with all your heart, but when the moment came, you still couldn't save her. The anguish, the anger, I know it only too well.
By the way, this design, this is a lot like what the Ultima summon looks like in 12 in Evilis.
But I also know where this path leads. To embrace a primal is to condemn yourself to an endless cycle of despair. You will never know peace.
A worm-eaten heart may find peace and serenity in service, in beauty and grace. This hath ever been my promise.
You tempt them with visions of things that can never be and leave them bereft and wanting. No illusion, however sweet, can change the fact that your daughter is gone. Remember her as she was. Do not suffer this piteous shade to tarnish her memory.
Oh, I like that. Piteous shade. Yeah, maybe I'm misremembering. If it doesn't look too much like
For
it.
every prayer that primal answers,
It feels like it to me, though.
Kind. Do you have any idea how many more Ananta will die to feed its hunger for crystals?
They would have thee suffer man's spite and live in fear. Far better to dwell in my beauteous dream than endure so ugly a reality.
Narratively, I want us to successfully convince them, and that's it. Gameplay-wise, I want to fight the thing.
She's wrong! We hate the Empire as much as you, if you just listen!
Poor misguided children. I would spare you the torments of this cruel and misshapen world. Come, bask in my radiance. Let it fill your hearts and free you from your burdens.
Compelling arguments from Macon, as always. Everyone got a couple of cutting words in there. They're all tempered. Yeah, they're doing a thing with tempered, though, where we met that kobold, didn't we? Holy shit. We met that kobold that, like, Alice was entertaining the idea that it might come back from being tempered, so I guess she thinks she
Abide in
can...
misery then, fools. The Ananta are more deserving of my blessing. Leave these lands and my dreamers be. I will not warn you a second time.
Yeah, Gabu, that's his name, yeah. I keep forgetting his name. To be fair, I haven't seen him the whole expansion yet. It's sort of a dangling thread. I guess we'll climb back up later. Yeah, I get that it's just an idea, but I mean, you're thinking about Alice. She might be more inclined to futilely try to argue with the Tempered because of that experience she is having with Gabu. I knew things were not going to end well the moment she stepped out. Well, they weren't going well anyway. Is there really no way where I can fight alongside you without being turned into one of her dreamers? Well, maybe later. I know, it was stupid and foolish, but I had to try, Macon. I had to try, and I failed, so you have to fight. There is no other way. I'll wake them from the dream. Thank you, Macon. I know you will. We can but do that which is within our power. Lise, Alphino, and I will go to seize their crystal stores. This will not happen again. And you, when this is finished, will be waiting for you. Wow. Imantian? What's that word mean? What? Is that just the name of the location? Is that a word that I should know? The first altar of Djanankat. Well, if you guys want to do this with me, this should be an 8-man party instance, right? Throw me a party request. We'll do it. I'll do it. Second primal of the expansion. Imantion? I think that's how we say it. Imanation. Upon requesting their daughter... Sorry, Jesus. Upon witnessing their daughter's death at the hands of Fordola and her skulls, the Kalyana broodmother cried out to the heavens in despair, and a primal answered. Lakshmi, a patron deity of the Inanta, came forth from the Aether, and the Imperials were put to flight. Alas, the tale didn't end there. For now, the Kalyana demand that the Vera come and pay tribute to their goddess. And so it falls to you and your comrades to journey there, to the stronghold, and put an end to the dream. Simple little primal story right here. So yeah, we've got 2 people in party. I will go on the party finder. Oh, so here's how it works, right? You go party finder, recruit members. It's going to be minimum eye level with no echo, just in case. Normal loot rules. Actually, I'm going to do loot master so I can nab any minis. Because I'm a bastard. And that's it, right? Form a private party? I don't need it to be a private party with a password, right? And I'm just going to type WP there and click recruit. The party finder has closed due to changes within the party. I don't know what that means. I guess I can't do it. Crossworld party formed. Did it work? That happened last time I tried it. Oh. This fight has a duty action. Make sure you have it bound or visible. I do. Make it private or other people might join into. Well, I mean, that's okay, isn't it? I mean, I don't mind. Oh, it's just saying that the menu closed because people joined. Wait, why is it closing the menu? Sure, I would... How do I read this? Am I not meant to be looking at the party? Where's my own listing is what I'm wondering. Well, we're full. I mean... There you go. I mean, that's it. Oh, I should have done all this on Dark Knight, right? Really? I would rather have tanked. But hey, okay, yeah, that's fine. I'm not the leader. Oh, I am the leader. So is everyone ready? Should I... Well, if I do this, there'll be a commence button, right? Okay. Well, I guess we're going in. Alright, there's probably going to be some cool music here. Everyone ready? Oh, it's not unsynced right now? Oh. Well, whatever. Oh, it is set up as minimum eye level? Hopefully it is. I don't know. I'm on Aether. My data center is Aether. I'm on the Cactar server. Okay, it's set up. Disguise myself as one of the dreamers.
Open your heart to me.
Oh my god, there's so much going on. I don't know what I'm looking at. That's an eyeball mechanic, right? Can I stand inside that? Just look away. Oh, I can hit her. Hand of Grace. Did I go in that? What the fuck is this? Oh. Hand of Beauty? I can't do it again. How does it recharge? I don't know how it recharges. What the fuck is all of that going on back there? Oh?
Rest your weary souls in my bosom.
Everyone else is doing it, so I'm doing it. Whoa. Holy shit. Ah, what? Oh, what is going on? Are we actually going up to her bosom? No. Bosom. What happened there? I mean, did I do it? I think I did it. God, I don't like that. Raid wide? That's okay, isn't it? That I get hit by that? Because I can't do anything. Fuck, it wasn't okay. I don't know what I was supposed to do. Where was everyone standing? Ah, when you get knocked off, that's it as well, isn't it? There's no res in those. Oh, there is a res. You need to grab a breathe. What does that mean? A breathe?
Do not your souls weigh heavy?
Hand of Grace again. I'm gonna arm's length that because oh, I should arm's length the next time that comes up, right? Oh shit! Collapse on that guy. Oh my lord. Oh, is he doing it again? I'm gonna use the Vril. I don't have arm's length. I can hit her in the meantime. My Vril dissipates. Okay, I think I did it that time. Let's boot shine fucking snap punch because I don't know what else to do. shit. Oh. Oh. Full of life. She's faint. And Manchester for the team, I guess. I don't know. Does it matter?
I shall free you from your hate.
Harder stuff, maybe? Holy fuck. I'm getting used a little bit better at how to fight now. Do I have one of those on me? No? This is okay, right? That I'm doing this? Okay, down on that guy. The thing is, I don't have a Bree. How do I get one of the thingies back? I don't have one of the thingies. I mean, she's dying. We don't have LB3. I'm using the LB. Slave dance. Ah, she survived. Alright, got it, got it, got it. The Bree will always spawn when you need a mechanic. I see, okay. Very pretty. Gorgeous, isn't it, really? I didn't get any AoE markers on myself. Yeah, oh, were you open? I'd troll and kill everyone. Nice, guys. Wow. That was quite impressive. We don't get loot from this stuff anyway, do we? Look at this room. Jesus, there's so many fights like this that I'm going to come back to doing roulettes or whatever, and I'm going to have absolutely no memory of them or how they worked. That's great stuff. Wow. The loot's only in extreme mode. So that's like where the mechanics matter more kind of thing, right? That's awesome. Thank you so much for coming in the party, guys. That was awesome. Always feeling safe hands.
You did it again. You saved them. I just wish I could have been more help.
Don't worry. Oh, they wanted a screenshot. I'm sorry, everyone. Hopefully someone grabbed one.
It looks like the Ananta did have a mountain of crystals after all. Like every other tribe. Gods were all such slaves to our weaknesses.
You slew our mistress! She was our hope, our salvation! Is there no end to your cruelty?
This is a really sad take, actually, on the whole primal thing this time. It's just fucking tragic. It's just really horrible. This is just desperately sad.
Listen to me, please. I know that you're only trying to protect yourselves because you feel frightened and alone.
Yeah, and they won't even listen. That's the tragedy of it, right?
But that's how we all feel. Don't you see? If we could just turn to each other for help instead of the gods, I'm sure we could find a way to live in peace. Your crystals are important to you, aren't they? Reflections of your souls, right? Well, you shouldn't have to sacrifice something so precious to a primal.
Who are you to question our choice? You who fight without fear? We wish only to live in peace. And if this be the price we must pay, then so be it!
I know there's nothing I can say to convince you. But I hope that one day you look back and see we only ever wanted the same thing.
Begone, damn you! Spare me your hollow words, and leave me to mourn.
I'll go. But it doesn't mean I'm giving up. Girabania is our home too. And one way or another, we're going to have to learn to live together. Come on. Alphino and Alize are waiting.
I really like that this voice actress's like line delivery. She's definitely my favorite in terms of just like to listen to. Meanwhile, at the palace. We get a lot of meanwhiles to the palace, don't we? Oh, God. So what's going to happen?
The savage returns, and with her tail firmly between her legs, beaten by beastmen, I hear.
Oh, I wouldn't take that. Don't listen to that catty bastard. I didn't mean that.
It was a shameful display, by all accounts. She may have curried the Viceroy's favor with her bold promises, but in the end, she's just another plodding bungler like the rest of her kind.
Strange. You would think him a better judge of character. Then again, I hear she's not averse to a more physical mode of persuasion.
I thought she rose through the ranks rather quickly, but no longer. If only she had been content with her lot, she might have lived to see the morrow.
I mean, that is like, not, who gives a fuck about that when you might be about to go to Xenos, who might just be about to kill you? I mean, honestly. So who cares at that point? Do you know what I mean? What are these guys blizzard?
Fedola Rem Lupus. Commander of the Crania Lupi, reporting as ordered.
Why do you tremble, sir? Could it be that the Empire's butcher is afraid? That she who walks with death is terrified of her own?
I'm terrified of dying having achieved naught. Gladly would I give my life to win a great victory on the battlefield, had I but the strength.
Alas, you do not. Indeed, you are weak. And born of this weakness is a blind fervor, a raging inferno which threatens to consume not only you, but everyone around you.
Yes, my lord.
You were defeated by the Resistance on several occasions. You misjudged the Ananta and spurred them into summoning an icon. Have you anything to say?
I do not, my lord. My failures are my own. I am prepared to accept your judgment.
Do you think if the Empire actually captured us, the Warrior of Light, do you really think that they'd execute us? I mean, to a certain degree, like, we've killed more icons than they could possibly hope to achieve on their own. I mean, I feel like they'd be like, yeah, go on, fuck off. Just keep killing icons, baby. I almost feel like I'd have a little bit of immunity for all the service I've done in their ambition. They'd steal our echo. Can they do that?
And that is very admirable. However, I've had enough of this dumb show. Give voice to that hunger I see in your eyes, or I will pluck them from your head.
I don't know about you guys, but I feel like this guy might be a psycho.
I want...
I'm detecting a bit of a weird energy from him. Like he's not all there.
I want to make them pay! All of them! Everyone who ever mocked or looked down on me! I want the power to make them pay!
Very well. Then I shall give you a chance. A chance to transcend your mortal limits. Assuming, that is, you are prepared to wager your life for such power.
Is this what he did to himself?
Transcend, my lord.
I feel like there is some... This is a Thordany thing going on here.
I came here prepared to die. Tell me what I must do.
Which is some deep-ass fucking hypocrisy, can I just say? Oh, wait, hold on. No, it's something else. Because didn't they do it to Humpty Dumpty? Oh, shit. She's getting the procedure done, too. What is it? They're, like, mutilating these people. Who's the doctor? Where's Estinian? Oh, that's a cool chocobo. Oh, I like that. And that guy's pretty cool as well. I mean, he's got a hell of a look. I like how he's color coordinated his hair with the chocobo's like black thingy. That's cool, man. I really like that. And keeping it yellow underneath as well. That doesn't work if you go with a bit of a weird color on the chocobo. Jeez, that guy's like really thought about himself. And then you got me. I actually do look like a noob compared to this guy. I like it. Hello. We had to use force to secure the crystals. Alice was not gentle. You finished then. Good, I'm glad it's over. This is rough times, guys, alright? Pep talk, let's keep going. I wish we could have left on better terms, but that was never going to happen. It could be a problem if they get their hands on any more crystals, though. Well, don't worry about that. We'll just deal with that in the extreme story later on, right? Never mind, we'll deal with that when the time comes. And there'll be loot dropping that time. Alright. You've done us a great service this day. Long shall my sisters sing the praises of the Icon's Slayer. Let us spare word of them to Sir Lakshmi's passing. Come, friends, to the Virania. Right, let us go. That line, transcend their mortal limits, was also used by La Habrea in Praetorium when explaining to Gaius how he survived Ultima. Oh, you're reminding me of a connection I otherwise would have missed. Interesting, okay. Harry Potter on stream talking to Voldemort. How do you guys feel about that whole Nagini plotline? That they made the snake an actual character? I like these gross ass fucking looking dodo things as well. Look how disgusting they are. I like them a lot. The gates to this city with the little purple gems and shit. Quite nice. You guys thought it was lame? Hello. Ah, the winds whispered of your success, and the eyes confirmed their testimony. The Lady of Bliss no longer holds our sisters in their thrall. Lakin did the deed, but we were witness to his heroism. However, I fear this is only the beginning, for there is no cure for that which drives the desperate to beseech the gods for salvation. Should they wish to use their crystal to summon Lakshmi again, naught but can be done but to silence them. We ignore our sisters' plight at our peril. This we know. We shall endeavour to show them another path, so the day you speak of never comes. We're all in this together, Alamegans and Ananta. We understand that. Hopefully in time they will too. You and yours will ever be friends of the Vera. On that you have my word. We should get back to the Peering Stones. Thank you again for everything. Oh, that was a weird end to that little quest phase. Now we can aetherite, right? Very weird bit of map exploration here. We've just like been zigzagging like this. We have a very small area of the map. What's down here? It's a huge unfogged place. Hey guys. Welcome back! Conrad and Marshal Terrapin came to render aid, but I hear that won't even be necessary. It won't. Lakshmi's gone. But I should probably start at the beginning. Okay, so we went in there, and she was looking gorgeous, and she brought us up to her breast, but we did some DPS, and we won. Incredible, I don't know what to say. If you hadn't been there to stop her, who knows where it would have ended. You've saved a lot of lives, May can take pride in that. It must be said that this is something of an unprecedented situation. Previous summonings were, to my knowledge, planned well in advance by a tribe as a whole. Indeed, there are several aspects of this incident which bear further investigation. Really? In any event, the Kalyana's supply of crystals must remain limited for the foreseeable future, and ambient aether levels closely observed. Understood. The Alliance will consult with the Resistance and the Vera on how best to enforce said restrictions. Thank you, Vice Marshal. To other matters, what news of the Imperials? None. Which is troubling. It seems as though the Skulls and the remainder of the garrison have fully withdrawn to the peaks. We've seen neither hide nor hair of them since Volodya. Regardless of their reasons, our path is clear. Father has decided it's time to advance east. Finally. It was also the most emphatic that you be spared further duties for the present. You are to rest. It would not do for the Warrior of Light to collapse from exhaustion during the march. We may not be as strong or as quick as him, but we are soldiers nonetheless. We can deal with the Imperials. Ah, you've earned this respite, so enjoy. And the same goes for you, Minago. You've been away from your family too long. Don't deny it. As you say, sir. Thank you. Okay, so like a little intermission moment before we head to the locks, perhaps? Looks like it's up to me and mine to give you lot a proper welcome. My brother prepared a special meal for this. Sorry, my mother prepared a special meal for this occasion. And I have it on good authority that hers is the finest cooking this side of the Volodya. Are we just jumping straight into it? Oh, okay. Oh no, now this is the reverse. I want to be in the day as much as possible, and now it's daytime and we're in a nighttime cutscene. Hello! Honoured guests, I pray you'll partake in our humble offerings as we give you thanks for your many valiant deeds. Oh, look at that! Low-textured turkey right there. I'll eat that. Thank you, sir, for this warm welcome. We're honoured to break bread with you and your family. Come, come, eat your fill of our food. Drink deep our spirits. There's more than enough for all. Well, well, when you put it that way, don't mind if I do. I wonder if that's the meat of those birds that were patrolling around the outside. Oh, look at those fruit baskets. Didn't they tell us that they don't have much food, and now they're just giving us a big old meal? The low res means they put more effort into the taste and the texture. I mean, you don't need to tell me I'm British, right? We eat a lot of gross-looking food, but we all know how tasty it really is. It's the rest of the world that's wrong. She wasn't kidding when she said her mother could cook. You know, seeing her with her family, I couldn't help thinking of my own. And my father would come home from a hunt with dinner on his shoulder, and Ida would prepare it with herbs and spices. Our mother died when I was little, so she did most of the cooking. We didn't have much, but we had each other, and that was enough for me. But they wouldn't even let us have that. Theodoric, Gaius, and of course Father and Ida had to fight. I would have too, if I'd been older, but they didn't have to die. It never ends, does it? They call us beasts and they treat us like them. They push and they push and they... until someone pushes back. Until someone takes up arms or summons a god. A false god. If the 12 are watching us, what are they thinking? What are they thinking when they see the strong hurt the weak? When people fight and die and nothing gets better? And it just goes on and on and on. Well, I mean, real life, the answer is obviously this. There is no justice, just us. There's no debate on that. But here in this world, I kind of want to say you'd have to ask them. I feel like we don't talk about the 12 enough, to be honest. So you'd have to ask them. I don't think the gods listen to people like me. I think if you offer them Aether, they will. Thanks for listening. I know I was just rambling, but I feel better somehow. I always like to hear you ramble. Wow, I completely forgot how to speak there. Ramba? Who knows what the answers are, or if there even are any. Either way, life goes on, and we've got to go with it. Sorry, that sounded better in my head. I must be getting tired. Time to turn in, I think. 12 seems like too much to you just to fit the idea of the Zodiac? I haven't ever really studied real-life polytheistic religions. I mean, what's a standard number? I mean, my understanding is you can have a hell of a lot of gods, really. Chop and change gods. Gods free from random bullshit. Like, this is a god of cats. And then as you meet new societies and bring them into yours, you just sort of say, oh, that's a cool god. We'll have that for our religion. Why not? Our belief system can expand and grow. I mean, monotheism is a lot trickier to sort of change over the years and adapt. There's something to be said for a home-cooked meal, is there not? We must cherish these moments, fleeting as they are. The fight will always be there, waiting for us to return. I still remember my lovely meal with Baemeric in Ishgard. He asked me out on a date, and though I was poisoned once, I would drink from his chalice happily. I trust you are well rested and refreshed, yes? Then let us return to the front. The greater part of the Alliance forces should have advanced into the peaks by now, but I expect we'll pass many of our comrades on the road east. There's a checkpoint along the way, as I recall, but we need only identify ourselves and the soldiers in order to pass. WP, what did the Buddha order at the pizzeria? I don't know. What did the Buddha order at the pizzeria? One with everything. Hey. I'm impressed with that. That's brilliant. Fantastic. That sounds honestly gross, by the way. The variety of ingredients and stuff you can get from a pizza place, surely that would be awful. It would have like fish and pineapple on it. It would have both a barbecue and tomato base. It would be horrible. It would have a stuffed crust with sausage, hot dog sausage and mustard in it. It would have pickles on it. It would be squirted with mayo at the end. Oh, it's that guy again, but he looks different this time. Yeah, it'd have like 6 types of cheese, including some really hard, moldy cheese, probably. Wait, you can get a mustard stuffed crust? I don't know about now, but a few years ago, they definitely had... It was called, like, hot dog stuffed crust, wasn't it? It was, like, in the crust... What was it that did that? Was it Pizza Hut that did that? UK Pizza Hut? Someone will know. It had, like, a Frankfurter sausage in it, and it would be mustard Frankfurter cheese inside the crust. So it's like a hot dog. The crust is a hot dog all the way around. A giant ring... I don't remember who it was or where it was. I think it was a few years ago, though. Scions, pleasure to have you with us. You'll be happy to hear we've taken Alagiri and have already begun fortifying it as our new base of operations in the peaks. Give shout out to the lads as you pass, eh? I should order that pizza. I don't really order pizza anymore. I live way too sedentary of a life to eat pizza. It sort of dawned on me about 2-3 years ago. I can't really do very much of it. And this year I've been really good at not eating. I think I've had like maybe 2 pizzas all year this year.
I remember how they laughed. Alliance and Resistance soldiers, eager for battle, trading jokes as we marched east towards the peaks. Beyond this last line of defenses lay the locks and the city. Breaching it would be no small feat.
Do I eat Chinese? No.
The Imperials back, just like that. And we liberated a village, the first of many.
This place is interesting. I used to have a lot of Chinese. Chinese takeaway is one of my favorite takeaways to get. Egg fried rice, chicken balls with sweet and sour sauce. I mean, you can't go wrong. Or chips and curry sauce for like a little lunch. Pork fried rice. And chicken curry. I really like Chinese takeaway, but again, I haven't had it for years. It's just, you can't have it, man. I'm a big fan of Indian takeout as well, to be honest. I might even prefer Indian. Chips from a Chinese takeaway? Yeah, chips from a chippy. See those towers to the east? That's her. Sits right on the edge of a cliff, so attacking from the north is a fool's errand. From the south, on the other hand, she's no different from any other Imperial installation. You see now why Volodya was so important, eh? Right, then, come along, they're waiting for us. No, I don't see. Let me look at this. Where are we? So we're now in the south of this map. There's no connecting route. So back this way. I don't have a great sense of the geography here. Holy fuck, is that where I was before? It is. What? That's ages away. That's quite... There's the ziggurat. What the fuck? There's the little outpost. That's quite extraordinary. There's the town. We were in there. Do you guys remember that? Can you even see that on stream with the little lights out there? The ship on top of the mountain is the ship that was used to come to Alamegan during the 5th flood. Oh, that there? Oh. Oh, that looks weird. Just sort of dumped there. That's interesting. So that's when the Great Flood was. The water's got this high. It's really interesting. I don't think that looks better than the Siren's Landing boat jumping puzzle thing. Now that gives you a real sense of how deep under the water's ore had sunk. I loved that shit. That was so cool. Now, this is quite interesting. What's with all the crystals in the mountains there? I like this region. I like this region more than the Far East. I mean, I don't think it's rendered so well. I don't think there's so much detail or whatever here, but I mean, it's a cool place, I think. It's a weird vibe I'm getting from the place. Wait, the Siren's Landing jumping puzzle was below the water. You don't know why you made the connection? Yeah, I mean, how cool is that, right? How high that tower is. I mean, obviously it's all getting a bit abstract and stuff, but if there's boats, it's not like someone came along and stacked all the boats up. The boats were just snagging on it and piling up as they sunk and stuff, right? So it was a big pillar, and then you can get a sense of how deep down, the full height of the thing at least. The surface water level was all the way up there. And again, it's a bit abstract, isn't it? You don't think too hard about it, but I think it's cool. So disappointed that he's still alive. Could have tuned north the second time and we would have been alright. Hello. Here we are, the new base of operations for the Alliance and the Resistance. Ah, there you are. Greeting, General. I see you've been quite busy in our absence. Less than you may imagine. The Imperials fled out our coming and we took the village without a fight. Your time is impeccable. We were to discuss our strategy to seize the, the what? The Specula Imperatoris. Though we're fresh from the road, we should be glad to attend. Good, take a moment to gather yourselves. Join us when you're ready. Right, okay, guys, I'm actually going to stop the stream here today because I'm feeling sleepiness come on again, and it's midnight, and I'm thinking I might be able to take advantage of that. I might finally be able to fix my sleep. What that would mean is I'd wake up at a good time tomorrow, actually get some work done, and then come stream afterwards. So that would be really, really, really nice. So I'm going to leave it there. Thanks again. Also, we haven't really had any sub activity or anything for 3 hours. So thank you again to Cam back then, Ian Diet. You know, we've basically done a 5-hour stream here. It's chopping up a little bit early. But yeah, I just think that's probably a good idea. I don't want to overdo it too much. I'm thinking about some people might want to catch up, maybe. So yeah, thanks guys. We'll continue our adventure in Alamegan. And you know, we've seen a primal fight here. We saw a good military offensive at the start. Yeah, so thanks guys. Hope you enjoyed. We're really close to level 69, which is quite exciting. I don't mean that as a joke. I mean that literally as like we're nearly at the end and we can start getting our gear and stuff. And it might mean another ability. But of course, you guys can enjoy the joke too if you like. It doesn't look like we actually get anything, but Brotherhood will be soon. I think that's quite iconic, isn't it? So yeah, anyway, that'll be on the next one. Don't forget Discords. Keep an eye on the YouTube channel. Twitter as well. If you guys, I never really plugged Twitter, but I should do that. And just thanks guys. I hope you all have a nice evening, and I'll see you tomorrow for more good fun stuff. Thank you, everybody. Take care now.